In 1973, my dad was charged in a RICO case 2 months before my expected due date. He was sentenced to 10 to 15 years, but got out after 13. It was difficult, to say the least, trying to understand someone as your father when you've only met them on the other side of bulletproof glass. For 13 years, my mom and grandma would drive me up to the prison twice a year, usually around mine and my dad's birthdays, January, August. We'd all sit in a small booth gathered around a large vintage phone receiver. A buzzer would go off and the metal door on the other side of the glass would open. First, my dad would walk in, wearing a green and white jumpsuit, his hands handcuffed in front of him, his feet shackled as well. The silver chains were just long enough for him to walk in uncomfortably short strides. Another chain connected his handcuffs to his feet. There were other families around us doing the same thing in their own booths. All of them had graffiti, names, and symbols scratched into the paint on the tables and walls. The room we were in had a loud atmosphere filled with a collective noise of cries, laughs, and other personal conversations that were all happening simultaneously in that small area. The only way to hear the person talking on the other side was to have your ear pressed up against the receiver. We took turns and passed the phone around to talk to my dad. When it was finally my turn on this particular visit, I was so excited to talk to him, tell him how school was going. I just made the soccer team, and even though I barely knew the man really, it was important to me that I made him proud. I thought maybe he wouldn't go back to jail if he got out and I was a superstar. I think I was 10 around this visit and had no idea what a RICO case was or my dad's involvement. I just knew that he'd made choices that took him from me, and I didn't want it to happen again. I was jealous of the other kids who had dads going to their field trips, picking them up from school. I didn't realize how hurtful it must have been telling him these things. I'm sure he wanted to get out just as bad as I wanted him to. Incarceration of a loved one emotionally and financially poisons a family. The loss of income and stability creates a binding struggle for everyone involved. Granted, it could have been worse. My mom made me go to support groups for incarcerated family members, and I'd hear some of the stories that were all distinctly similar but unique in their own way. The similarities mostly revolved around hurt and grief. Everyone could relate to those feelings and see themselves reflected in the ripple of painful stories. My dad's half Japanese and looks more Asian than American. Before prison, his physical features had never been a focus point for him. He grew up in a small town that didn't segregate culturally. They were all poor, so they all worked together. In prison, it's the opposite. Each race becomes their own gang. Black, white, Mexican. They all had their specific areas and rules of engagement. Then there was the group that my dad linked up with, comprised of a few Asians and Native Americans. They were the nomads of the prison population. They didn't hold businesses like the other groups. None of them moved drugs or other contraband, and therefore, if the group kept their heads down and stayed out of gang politics, for the most part, they could skate through their sentence virtually unnoticed and unscathed. My dad spent most of his days playing chess and reading books. Of his 13 years served, he was only involved in one confrontation, and I'd hear the details years after he got out. But I got to see the aftermath during this phone visit. That day when he was let in, he had a black eye that looked like it had been healing, along with some stitches that split through his eyebrow. When I asked him, he told me that he'd tripped and hit his head on the table. I believed him and quickly moved on to my soccer stories. I'm going on and on about random stuff, as he sat on the other side of the glass with the phone to his ear, after everything I said. But as I'm talking to him, a weird white noise static sound is heard. Both of us hear it. It's a man's voice saying, "Found you." I knew my dad hadn't said it because I was staring right at him when I was talking, and his lips didn't move. The voice was also a lot deeper than his. My dad's eyes opened wide. I could see the full circles of his brown irises. I laughed, thinking the face that he was making was intentional to be funny. I thought the static burst that we'd heard was a silly random interruption, but his expression wasn't satirical. We'd been on the phone for less than a minute when it happened, and then in a very serious tone, he tells me to hand the phone to my mom. When she puts the phone to her ear, my dad tells her something that changes her smile to a stoic stare. Then, after an exchange of I love yous, they both hang up the phone. My dad puts his hands on the glass. We all try to fit our hands in the shape of his before a guard grabs him by the shoulders and leads him away. When he left, my mom quickly gathered our things and told my grandma that we needed to exit immediately. Another lie was thrown my way to mask her manic energy as we walked through the waiting room to the main area and out the door to the parking lot. The whole time my mom was looking over her shoulder, pushing me in front of her to walk faster. We were practically at a jog by the time we reached the car. The next year, we skipped our visit and wrote him letters instead, and we continued this new tradition until his release. To my dad's credit, when he got out and all the way up to his death last year, nobody could say that he didn't do his best to make up for the first 13 years of my life. He got to watch me graduate and see his grandson born into this world. With the family's support, he was able to become a contributing member of society. He didn't like talking about his time behind bars, and it would be years later, I'm talking past college age, before I heard the story, the reason why we couldn't come back to see him. A few weeks before our scheduled visit was to take place, there had been a new guy transferred over to the unit. This guy, Bigfoot, was easily over 7 feet tall, 300 pounds. He was a bully and a complete psycho who knew how to throw his weight around. He'd tell people that when he got out, he was going to slaughter their families before their release date. He went to the point of researching the inmates that he had issues with so that he could repeat their addresses to them. The man was a menace, and eventually, his attention landed on one of the native guys in the pod. He started using the same tactics and personalized the attacks towards him in an extortion effort. The threats didn't stay focused solely on him, as the guy would verbally assault anyone around the native guy, which included my father. Nobody snitched, and plenty of people had tried to fight him, all of them ending with a vicious hospitalization. Bigfoot had a lawyer that was able to coax a judge into letting him serve the remainder of his sentence closer to home. The next part of this contains graphic content, so skip ahead if you're triggered easily. It was never clarified as to what my dad's actual involvement in this was, or if he even physically took part or just watched out for the guards making their rounds. This is why I've intentionally left out names of any sort. As Bigfoot's aggression builds up, the native guy hatched a plan that involved multiple groups within the prison. All of them hated Bigfoot, even the whites who are affiliated with him. But because of their politics and his pull on the outside, they couldn't do anything within their party. But they agreed not to retaliate and even gave their blessing in the plan. The day arrives and he approached Bigfoot, telling him that he wants to end this, offers a carton of smokes that he had as a payment. He was demanding a pack a week. This carton was going to give him 3 months of peace up front. Bigfoot agrees and follows him into the back of the kitchen area where he says the cartons are stashed. He knocks on the door that leads to the food prep station, and a trustee lets him in. As they're heading toward the walk-in freezer, Bigfoot starts to get suspicious. He stops walking. His intuition was correct, but his fate had already been set in stone the moment he stepped foot into the kitchen. He turned around to see a group of men, silhouetted from the only light that was on, located above the sink near the door. All of them were brandishing their own form of weaponry. As talked about previously amongst them, they all lunged towards him at the same time, attacking and stabbing at the same time. Even their general stabbing directions were discussed, like you aim high, I aim low. But with the amount of sharp metal that was being swung around in the dark, they all wound up with cuts and punches from the coordinated strike. None of them were life-threatening. It was nothing compared to what they did to Bigfoot. Whoever he had transferred to be closer to would have to plan a closed casket funeral the next week because he was left unrecognizable. He put up a fight, and I imagine it being like when the cave people would have to battle giant bear sloths, and before they were able to bring him down, he'd break one of their jaws or knock another one's tooth out. Injuries they'd have to claim happened on the basketball court earlier that day. 6 inmates participated and 2 were convicted for the body destruction and disposal. It would be a full 3 days until some of the body was discovered. They had already been on lockdown since that evening's prisoner count was off, and officers presumed he'd escaped. They'd gathered enough evidence to grab 2 of the men without a shadow of a doubt of their involvement. The following days, while they were all on lockdown, my dad said that he saw Bigfoot looking out the small plate window of his vacant cell. Sometimes he'd be staring right at my dad when he'd see him. Other times he'd be gazing upward with his back to the glass. He'd only be visible for a few seconds before disappearing into the blackened cell, leaving him to question if he was even there to begin with, or was this his eyes trying to make sense of nothingness, creating images that weren't there. He began having nightmares reliving that scene, with different outcomes happening each time. All of these things combined were textbook signs of the brain processing trauma. When the lockdown was lifted, the first thing my dad did was go over to check if the cell he'd been fixated on was actually empty. And it was. He didn't see Bigfoot again after that. He tried to block it all out. The next week we were scheduled to visit, and he was able to hide his anxious misery behind a smile, pretended to be interested in my stories. When our conversation was interrupted by the phone noises, what I heard was a jumble of sound and a voice, but what my dad heard was Bigfoot's voice saying, "Found you." It frightened him in a way nothing else ever had before. It was like venom had constricted his breathing to a shallow push of air on the other side of the line. That's when he told me to give the phone to my mom, and when he got on with her, he told her to get me as far away from that place as possible and don't come back. At the time, I remember it was pretty jarring. I didn't really understand, but I also didn't press the issue too hard, because I generally believed these people had my best interest at heart. And even years later, I think, having heard the voice myself, witnessing my dad's reaction, and then knowing the background of the situation, I don't blame my dad for making us leave. And I think my mom did right keeping us away. I've worked in prisons most of my life, and I've shared quite a few stories on here, but this story is from the locksmith I used to work with. What most people don't know about prisons is that they normally have a lot of support personnel and additional features that most never see. This story involves both. Normally, the first thing that gets built in every prison, along with the foundation, is the tunnel system. This has been the case even back into the 1800s, given the fact that my old prison had its running under the whole place. What the original purpose was back then, I don't know, but now they're used as emergency escape during a critical incident and for critical systems access. The maintenance staff at prisons are very diverse in specialties, from heating and cooling technicians to electricians to locksmiths. As the place relies on locks to keep prisoners in the facility, you can imagine the facility locksmith is normally busy. The story. Bob had just finished fixing the holding module's lock for the 3rd time this month. The repeated use of the lock caused it to fill with metal shavings that would eventually jam the mechanism, and he would need to swap it out with a spare and repair it once it was removed. The toolkit gripped in one hand and the lock in the other, Bob proceeded down the secured stairwell that led to his lock shop, next to the facility arsenal. Reaching the bottom of the stairwell, he set the lock on his toolbox while he struggled with his keys to find the proper one to open the door, the one that allowed him into the hallway. Struggling with the door, which was assisted closed with considerable weight, he finally managed to open the door and walked through. The hallway was dimly lit, more out of expense than function, and it linked the arsenal, lock shop, and emergency tunnels with the emergency exits. The exits were linked to the arsenal and lock shop directly to allow immediate exit to the tunnels, and had a simple metal gate with an oval diamond pattern that allowed you to see through it. 15 feet past the door of the tunnel, the lighting became so bad you could barely see anything. Bob waited for the door to shut all the way, looking at it as it did until he heard the audible click. Then he checked to make sure that it was secure by testing the handle and pushing against the door. Finding it secure, he turned and began to cross the hallway to his lock shop door. When the damaged lock tumbled off the toolbox and clattered onto the concrete floor with a loud, ringing clang, it reverberated through the hallway, down the open tunnel. Shaking his head at how forgetful he was being, Bob bent at his waist to pick up the lock. Grabbing the lock with his free hand and rising, he found himself standing only 5 feet from the gate that stood at the front of the tunnel. As he looked up from the lock he had just recovered, he saw what looked initially like a swinging maintenance light. The tools were used frequently down in the tunnels, the catwalks around the whole prison. It was cheaper to give everyone in maintenance a portable light that attached to the electrical outlets. Cheaper than putting a proper lighting system in every nook and cranny. Looking closer and approaching the gate, he realized that it was not a maintenance light. The light was orange like a flame, not yellow like their maintenance lights. As Bob looked closer, shielding his eyes from the nearby ceiling light, he allowed his eyes to adjust to the dark, as he thought he'd heard the creaking sound of a metal hinge echoing in the distance. Thinking that possibly something may have broken loose down in the tunnel, he set down his toolkit and the lock as he began to grab for his keys, still looking down the tunnel. As he found the key to the gate, Bob realized that he could see a figure down by the light. Breathing a sigh of relief, he began to take a deep breath to yell to the other maintenance man down the tunnel, but he stopped short as he got a clear look at him. The light wasn't an open flame or a maintenance light. It was an old 1800s-style lantern, and it seemed to move in time with the metallic hinge creaking sound. The man holding the lantern appeared to be very white, wearing striped clothing. Backing away from the gate in shock, Bob watched the figure fade away, like a fog lifting off of the ground when the sun rises. Just a note that prisoners in Michigan Department of Corrections wear blue and orange uniforms that are styled with primary blue, trimmed and numbered in orange. The prisoners have not worn striped uniforms since the early 1900s. A few years ago, I worked in a military prison. Our hours were 24-hour shifts that consisted of shared downtimes, sleep between that shift. One stays awake for half the time, the other sleeps half, then switches halfway through that night. I've been working at this prison for a while by this point, and I was currently working in our special quarters. Our SQ was just a long loop with all of the cells on the inside of the loop. Every 15 minutes, I have to do a health and comfort check and basically walk by each cell, making sure the inmates are alive, healthy. Every cell has a security light, so even at nighttime, the cells are never truly dark so that we can see inside. One specific inmate I remember was in special quarters because he was mentally not all there. His favorite thing to do was draw, scream all day, pee outside of the cell, and sleep. One day we had to do a cell extraction on him because he was clawing at his gums with his fingernails and using the blood to draw symbols all over the cell walls. Medical was looking at him on the spot while I was going through his cell to check for contraband. Looking through his drawings, he would always make childlike sketches of him playing games with his brother and a creepy shadow silhouette of a person. His name was written over the drawing of himself, his brother's over his, and Dark One over the shadowy one. Cheesy, I know. While looking through the drawings, he looks through the cell doors and says to me, "He doesn't like you being in there." I suddenly felt the hair raise on my arms, and I walked right out. Keep in mind, I'm regularly told this weird stuff by the inmate, and it never bothers me or any seasoned officer. Except this one time. Fast forward a couple weeks, it's probably around 2 a.m. I'm fully awake while my partner is asleep. During every 15-minute check, I noticed that every cell's security light was on as normal. Otherwise, I'd have to write a report about it. I was sitting in the little cell that we use for our food for the day, eating, when all of a sudden, I hear this extremely loud screaming. I could not make out what the screaming was or what even language it was, but my arm hairs raised again, and I ran to find the source. Every single inmate was sound asleep, but what caught my attention was the strange inmate security light was out. There's no way that they would be able to mess with those lights, the way that they're installed. I quickly yelled to the other officers in the other bays if they heard that screaming, thinking maybe it came from one of their bays. Not one of the others heard the screaming. I was the only one. Strange inmate had moved. That cell was empty. Since that day, I always requested to never be posted in there again. Even though it was one of the most sought-after posts, I couldn't do it. I don't know if what I saw qualifies as a ghost, but it definitely wasn't anything I can explain, and I've never forgotten it. This happened a few years back when I was working the midnight shift at a correctional facility. Most nights were quiet, boring even. You spent a lot of time walking tiers, checking cells, making sure no one's where they shouldn't be. It gets repetitive, and after a while, you get used to the stillness of 2 or 3 a.m. It's usually the calmest time of night, but not that night. It was around 2 a.m. I was doing my usual walkthrough, about to hit one of the checkpoints on my round. I'd stepped into the tier when I noticed something at cell 12. Movement. At first, I thought it was just an inmate reaching out to get my attention. Pretty common, especially if someone wants meds or has a grievance. But as I got closer, I realized something was off. The hand that was reaching out wasn't just waving or tapping the bars. It was still, too still. Pale, long fingers stretched out through the bars like it was waiting for something. I slowed my pace, watching it as I moved down the tier. Then the arm started to extend, not in the normal way, like someone leaning further out. This was unnatural. The arm elongated, like it wasn't attached to bones or muscle. It just kept stretching, silently, until it reached the security phone mounted on the wall, at least 10 feet from the cell door. I froze. I was standing there, eyes locked on this thing, trying to make sense of it. My brain just couldn't compute what I was seeing. The way the arm moved was all wrong, and there was no sound, no struggle, just a slow, fluid motion, like watching a shadow glide across the wall. Then, just as slowly, the arm retracted, slid back into the cell. I don't remember feeling scared right away. It was more like complete disbelief, the kind that makes your whole body go cold. And then the fear crept in, slow and heavy. My hands were shaking. I backed away and grabbed my radio. I called into the tactical room and said, "I can't do my tour right now. You're going to think I've lost it, but I swear I just saw something." There was a short pause, and then my sergeant came over the radio. "You saw the arm, didn't you?" Just like that, calm, certain. And that's when I really lost my grip. I asked him what he meant, and he just said, "Come back to the office." I checked the log. Cell 12 was supposed to be empty. Had been for days. No one assigned, no one scheduled to move in. I walked back down the tier during daylight the next day just to be sure. The cell was locked, empty. I never got a straight answer about what my sergeant knew. He wouldn't talk about it again after that night, just shrugged it off any time I brought it up. But I know what I saw. And there was no inmate in that cell. And that arm, whatever it belonged to, it wasn't human. Not anymore. I wasn't a correctional officer, but I did spend some time in prison, and I had some crazy things happen that still give me chills to this day. I was a bad apple for sure in my younger years, which landed me in jail and eventually prison. Thankfully, I've gotten wiser and more law-abiding since. But during my time of incarceration, I had these particular dreams, which always involved the same kid who was always possessed by the end. And the weird part is, I was always fully aware in my dream. Not awake aware, but still in the dream nonetheless. I guess it's like lucid dreaming. Except I didn't manifest this kid. He just was there. It's like this kid knew I was aware, and he would talk to me about the most hair-crawling things. He enjoyed the fact that it was scary to me, making me feel like all hope was lost. It was so vivid and real, literally felt like it was more than just a nightmare, and it was repetitive. I never had repetitive dreams before. At times toward the end, I would wake up but couldn't move. I couldn't scream, open my eyes, or anything. I was aware and what felt like fully awake through this whole process. From the dreams, to the conversations, to the paralysis. I finally broke down, told my cellie. He told me that I needed to read the Bible. I needed to pray, and that if it didn't work, then I was screwed. So I did, because at that point I was terrified to even sleep. It was that bad. And being raised a Southern Baptist, this seemed pretty logical. And honestly, it was only after I prayed and put the Bible under my pillow that the nightmares and paralysis stopped. I eventually stopped praying and putting the Bible under my pillow, thinking everything was fine, but I was wrong. It came back stronger and harder, almost like it was angry. The rest of my incarceration, I rarely missed a night of prayer or having my Bible close by while I slept. I don't have any clue what it was or have any explanation for why it happened only during my incarceration, but I do know that that's what made it stop and possibly saved me from going insane. Even if it is all in my head, I'm glad something worked, because those dreams, those experiences, they were worse than my actual time inside. I work in corrections, and I've had a few experiences that have rubbed me the wrong way, the kind I can't really explain. I'm using a throwaway account, obviously, but I'm a CO in the Deep South, and I just entered my 7th year working in my facility. I've always been semi-religious, but nothing serious. Just your typical small-town church kind of thing. However, I work in a big city jail, and I've had some minor things happen over the years that didn't really make me think ghosts. But I guess they're creepy nonetheless, unexplained. The kind of hours and the setting you're working in, it's easy to let your imagination run wild, so I always tried to chalk it up to being a little drowsy or stressed. Some of the small experiences that I've had there include random footsteps from around my control room when all the inmates are locked down. I've heard voices in places that are no longer in use. However, this isn't about any of the minor experiences. It's about this encounter or experience from around a week ago. I've talked to a couple of close friends about it, and some guys at work. We can't seem to figure it out. I've tried to wrap my head around this best I can, but I'm honestly at my wit's end. So I might as well post it on the internet, see what sticks, or if someone could perhaps help me reason with whatever happened. So for context, the floor I work is typically a floor reserved for mid-security violent inmates. This would include robbery suspects, domestic violence, assault. A typical night for me is to come in, lock down all the inmates for the night, and then conduct what we call a standing head count. Basically, I come in and put eyes on every single inmate on the floor. If my roster says I have 170 inmates, I have to physically count 170 inmates. Well, the facility is currently undergoing modernization upgrades. This includes new doors, locks, day space tables, furniture, and most importantly, cameras. On my floor, all pods are full to capacity, except for C block. This pod is currently locked out, meaning no inmates are to be housed in that pod until all the upgrades are done and in place. They've been working on it for about 3 weeks now. They've put all the new doors and locks and cameras. The camera feeds are shown on a small screen inside the control room of the floor, with their security number placed in the bottom right corner of each cell. So I shouldn't have to worry about counting in C block, as there's no inmates in C block. Well, about a week ago, after finishing my head count, I came back to the control room and did my usual routine, pulled up Chrome and just browsed the internet until I did my hourly check, making sure that nobody'd hurt themselves. Around midnight of 5/2/23, I finished doing another check. I sit down in the control room. As I sit down, I do a quick glance at the screen, one with all the cameras. In C block, cell 4, I swear I saw a person standing in the center of the cell, facing outward toward the door of the cell. I do a double take, of course, and nothing's there. Okay, maybe I saw someone in B standing in their cell, or the camera froze for a second. No big deal. About 30 minutes later, I sit up in my chair as I'm putting my phone down. This time again, I see someone standing in C block, cell 4. This time I know that it's that cell, because I'm looking at the number. The cell door is wide open, as are all the doors in C block, so it's for sure that block and that cell. I full sprint into the block. I look up into cell 4. No one. I begin to think that I'm seeing things or the camera is somehow fucking up. I put in a report to our electronic maintenance department, and they say they'll look into it. I come back the next night, and the report states that all wiring is fine, that the camera feed is in fact linked to C block cell 4. After going home and thinking about it, I convinced myself that I was wrong somehow, that it was just me being tired. Again, same process comes and goes, lockdown, head count, back to control room to wait. I'm now glancing every once in a while at C block, cell 4. Nothing appears. Midnight comes and goes. I think, okay, yeah, it was me, no big deal. Well, then it's time for me to do my checks again. So I do all of them, sit down in the control room. Again, all the doors in C block are all the way open. These doors are not light, by the way. They're big, metal, heavy doors, 60, 70 pounds. And that's when C block, cell 4, slams shut. Then after it's shut, and now locked, it sounds like it's now starting to be kicked in by a horse, like someone slammed it shut on the back end of a full-grown horse. I look on the camera screen, and all the cameras in the pod are just blinking on and off. I go to the block, and I'm going up the stairs towards that door. More doors start to shut. From 6, 5, 3, 2, 1. At this point, I'm done. I ran out the block, shut the door, called for a supervisor and maintenance. We checked the footage of the event on the supervisor's computer in his office, and of course, none of them show anything. At around the 1 a.m. mark, they just all go to no connection with our local server at the headquarter building across the street. Maintenance did say that it was definitely not the lock, but also said it did look like someone had tried to kick that door off of its hinges, because the door frame itself had chipped paint, and having just freshly been painted, this was obvious. I've scoured incident reports back 5 years. I can't find anything about any violent deaths or anyone dying in general on this floor. That being said, my department has sealed records for the past, where if you're under lieutenant, you won't be able to read the report. So, I'm not sure. I'm still working on this floor. They're on the last few days of fixing up C block, and then they'll move to D block. They still have 3 more blocks after D to do, so I'm a little concerned of what'll happen once those are empty and not in use. Things in C block seem to have calmed down as far as major. Nothing's happened in the last week. Doors still move, and I've had 2 shut, but not like that night a week ago. I've put in for a vacation toward the end of May, so I'm hoping to take some time away and that'll help. Hopefully, it'll be fixed. But this has turned me from a bit of a non-believer to a skeptic. Maybe even on the low end of a believer, or the high end. I just don't think that an AC could blow a 60-pound door shut, or multiple, nor could it cause the door to be hit that violently. If anyone has had a similar experience, or has ideas, I'd love to know. I work in a prison. When I was new, I was working overtime one night in a housing unit that has seen a lot of death. It was well after midnight, and all of the offenders were supposed to be in their cells. Since this was a medium security prison, the offenders still had access to leave their cells to use the communal bathroom at night. When I was going in for the 2 a.m. count, I watched an offender walk down the stairs from the 2nd level and into the bathroom. I stood at the entrance to the bathroom and yelled in to ask them what cell they were in so that I could add an extra body to that cell for my count, but I got no answer. I then walked into the bathroom and searched everywhere, but found absolutely no one. I told one of my coworkers about what had happened, and the first thing they asked me was he tall and skinny with long dreads? And he had been. When I answered yes, I was told, "That's Mr. Bones. He killed himself a few years ago, but he still hangs around." I still get goosebumps when I think about it. "2007 was my senior year of high school. On a quick, unrelated preface, first off, a big middle finger to the unoriginal dance committee members for making every dance a James Bond theme that year. Actually, now that I've written it down, this is the perfect segue to what this is about. I came from a small town, B school, less than 40 in my graduating class, rural as hell. So if you were a teen with aspirations to be something more than an IGA cashier, landscaper, arcade employee, or drug dealer, you would have to move far away from this hellhole after graduation. This only happens 2 ways. Either your parents get a divorce and one moves to the city with a midlife crisis and they let you move in, or you hustle your ass off for any and every scholarship you can apply for in hopes to scrape together enough to go to a community college in the next county. To improve your chances of obtaining these $50 to $100 educational lifelines, it looked good to be part of extracurricular clubs and activities. I was a part of the cheer team, varsity volleyball team. I was class treasurer and member of 3 different clubs and programs, including the dance committee. The other class club I was involved in was a program called TAD, which is short for Teens Against Destructive Decisions. Me and my friends had all signed up for that one at the beginning of the year. It was a joke of a club, but looked great on applications. All you had to do was sign a paper swearing that you won't drink or do drugs and to be leaders to your peers. The teacher that hosted it let us hang out for an hour and talk or listen to music. Every once in a while, he would give a presentation showing these gruesome pictures of smokers' organs or drunks who got squished into the dashboard of their car after hitting a tree. A couple of times, the local police department would come in and let us play with their stuff. In retrospect, TAD was probably the most fun I had my senior year. It's an honest shame the sweet memory of that club will forever have one sour part, one that I'll never forget. Neither will my friends who were there. At least the few that I've stayed in contact with, they still vividly remember. While in TAD, we went on a field trip to the Gatesville Correctional Facility. We walked past all the gates to the front door main lobby. Our club is then directed into a larger room with big glass windows overlooking one of the prison units. Our view looked like a top-floor perspective, looking out like an apartment complex, but the floors below us were housing cells for violent criminals. After getting a good look out, a few guards issue us to sit in some plastic green chairs located on the other side of the room. Across from those 2 rows of 6 green chairs are a set of 5 white chairs, about 10 feet back, facing toward the group of chairs. We fill up the rows, and just as the last person is sitting, we see the big metal doors in front of us slowly start to open. Out walks 5 convicts, about 8 corrections officers following behind them. The officers line the walls, while the 5 convicts sit in the white chairs facing us. It was set up like a mini Scared Straight thing, but none of us were bad kids. The club consisted of mostly athletes and cheerleaders. I don't think our teacher knew what he had signed us up for. His face slowly started to show signs of distress as this took place. After the inmates are seated, there's an uncomfortable silence as the 2 groups sat staring at each other, until it was broken by a female guard shouting at one of the inmates to start. Then, one by one, they told us their stories, how they got there. Throughout the stories, I noticed the inmate on the seat nearest me hasn't stopped looking in my direction. I tried not looking in his direction, pretending that I was highly focused on the other presenter's stories. But every time I shot a quick glance out of the corner of my eye, his eyes were still locked on me. It put rocks in my stomach. He was the last inmate to speak, so after about 40 minutes, his head finally turns 80 degrees left to address the center of the room. His name is Colton. Midway through Colton telling his story, his head once again turns in my direction. He points to me and asks, "Do you have family in Dallas?" I say, "No." Colton then exclaims to us, "She looks identical to this bitch I murdered in Dallas. I thought that she was a ghost when I walked in." The inmates laugh. The other laughs are few and far between amongst the guards lining the walls. Colton goes on, retelling the story of his first kill. He was a serial killer, one that preyed upon the working girls of Dallas-Fort Worth metropolitan area in the late 80s. The woman I resembled was named Mercedes. Colton would pick her up in his car by rolling down his window, holding a few 20s. He would then proceed to assault and decapitate Mercedes, disposing of her body somewhere on the I-30. He kept the skulls in his freezer. As Colton described what he'd done, he kept looking over at me, smiling, staring at him. It was almost surreal knowing that that crooked smile was the last thing a few women saw in their last moments. Eventually, we got to a point where it was time for us to ask the inmates questions. Now, maybe it was Colton's comments and story, our teacher's uncomfortableness the entire time, or what, but we didn't have any questions. I remember the bus ride home. Some kids made jokes, but most of them were just staring at me, like they were looking at a ghost or something. Our teacher picked up on the mood. Being the good dude that he was, he decided to tell us some lighthearted stories from his days as a security guard. Aside from my friends, everyone seemed to move on. I pretty much thought about that experience for the rest of the year, and even now, it still puts rocks in my stomach. Do you ever wonder how many times you've had a near-death experience without even knowing you had one? I'm sure my guardian angel earned their wings tenfold after watching me in my life. Just the other day, I'm pulling up to a 4-way intersection as a work truck takes a left. As it completes the turn, the truck meets a pothole and a large tree stump is thrown from the rear. It tumbles, and it sends it feet in front of my car, then rolls past, up onto a sidewalk empty of pedestrians. The work truck didn't stop or even notice. The insurance claims he'd have on his hands if I'd driven up any sooner. Retelling this, I wonder whose guardian angel was keeping who out of trouble. Other times, I haven't been so lucky. I was incarcerated for possession back in '98, spent a couple of years locked up at Indiana Women's Prison in Indianapolis. During this stint, I did my best to keep my head out of trouble. The majority of my day, I'd stay in the small library all day, reading books and perusing the shelves. That's where I'd find an old journal, tucked in with other miscellaneous titles. I took it back to my cell and began to read it, discovering it was the journal of a previous inmate who documented their time at Indiana. Every page filled with tiny, barely legible words and dates, stories of events that held significance to the journal's owner. I found out her name was Donna Lynn. She was serving a life sentence there in the 1950s. A life sentence earned by killing her husband. One summer morning, she tossed a homemade explosive into her husband's lap from the passenger side window as he's backing out of the driveway for work. An explosive that she'd learned from a friend's husband, one who'd served in World War II. Donna Lynn didn't attempt to hide her guilt, nor did her writings express any remorse for her actions. If anything, it was full of rationalizations. Apparently, Donna had a scholarship to go to college, but had gotten pregnant. She had a miscarriage due to the abuse sustained by her husband. 1 month later, boom, no more husband. Donna claims she was actually trying to kill them both with the explosion, but he'd accelerated too fast and the charge delayed. This also wouldn't be the only mention of a baby in her journal. She'd end up pregnant again, this time through an affair with one of the guards during her incarceration. She was able to give birth, but it was ultimately taken from her, put into foster care. It was weird reading through this woman's journal. The character in the story I was reading had been real. Her daily routines, friends, enemies, emotional ups and downs, all carefully documented in this book. As I read, I couldn't help but wonder where her guardian angel was when she needed them. In one of the passages, she describes a fight that she was involved in. Donna was collecting a debt from another inmate when she was jumped and attacked by 3 other inmates. The beating had sent her to the infirmary for a couple of weeks. She had broken ribs, a collapsed lung. Donna would receive over 30 stitches to patch up some stab wounds, one landing inches from her heart. During her stay in the medical ward, I noticed the tone of her writings began to change. Her entries became more infrequent, her handwriting more scribbled and manic. She expressed paranoia towards names she'd previously mentioned as friends, and a strong distrust for the doctors and nurses at the prison. At this part of her journal, Donna starts to write about how she thinks the infirmary's haunted. One night, as she's lying in her cot, she's looking up at the ceiling's cracked and stained tiles when one of the squares slowly raises and moves left. A bit confused and more than a little scared, Donna turns over, tries to wake up another prisoner who's laying on the cot beside her. All Donna can do is point to the black square hole above them. That's when they both witness a thin, dark figure begin crawling out of the hole in the ceiling. This causes both of the women to scream, and a night nurse quickly rushes in to see what the noise is about. When she runs in the glass doors and flips on the lights, the creature disappears. Donna and the other woman tell the nurse what they saw, but their stories are understandably not believed. Instead, they were given more sedatives to help them sleep and ease the pain. It worked. The next day, however, still in a fog from sleep, Donna starts to question things, if what she saw the previous night was a dream. Turning over onto her back, she looks up to see the ceiling tile still missing, With the lights on, she can see further into the hole, to what she believes are heating and water pipes. Nothing resembling what she and the other woman saw. Donna rolls back over on her side, sees that the woman next to her must have been checked out earlier in the morning. Apparently, they were in different cell blocks, so Donna wouldn't have another opportunity to talk to someone about what she'd seen. Near the end of her journal is where I read the most unnerving story out of all of her entries. At Indiana, there was a lot of wildlife that would frequent the property. Although most of the wildlife you'd see are rats, you'd also see the occasional deer gazing in the fields, just beyond the tree line, or a raccoon family climbing the fences at night. In Donna's journal, she writes, "Don't trust the cat with white spots. It's only pretending to be a cat." Donna says that she's seen it change shapes as it makes its way through the field at night, once turning into a human before running on 2 legs back into the forest. She thought it was feeding off of the misery that radiates from the prison. When I read that, it gave me chills, because I too would see a black and white cat roaming the grounds from time to time. After all the years from her entries to my incarceration, I tried to believe that it wasn't the same cat as she described. But it was a strange cat. Even before reading Donna's journal, I was put off by this feline. It was the only animal that would get close enough for us to touch it, although it never let us. Some of the girls would try to distract it while another one would sneak up behind it, but every time, without even turning around, the cat would sense someone approaching and jump away. It could also climb through the razor wire effortlessly, navigating through a path that any other animal would get diced to bits if they attempted. I remember there was a big fight in the yard. Tear gas canisters were descended into the grass, and the whole rec area was covered in a layer of fog. We all had to lay on our stomachs as the guards got control of the situation. During all the chaos, a couple of us on the ground watched the black and white cat stroll right through the war zone, seemingly unaffected by the tear gas or mayhem around it. I never could find any of Donna's other journals in the library. I assumed this one had been picked up with the other books amongst her belongings after she passed. Its nondescript blue hardcover could have easily been mistaken as another book. Only upon opening it does it reveal years of handwritten thoughts and emotions worthy of attention. The one I read ended in such an open-ended way. I don't know what I was expecting. I was released in 2001. Has anyone had any more recent visits to Indiana's women's prison? You'll have to let me know if you saw the black cat with white spots hanging around the rec yard. Also, if you ever happen to find yourself with an extended stay there, take a look around the library for a pastel blue hardcover book. There's a good chance they haven't updated their selection since I was there. In August of 2016, after high school graduation, a few friends and I started doing a paranormal investigation to pass time. We conducted the investigation every summer, occasional winters, but the summer of 2017 was bizarre. There's one area we love to go to, an abandoned prison camp area near the forests of Massachusetts. During this expedition, we got there just past midnight and immediately got bad vibes. It is one of the most haunted locations in the country. We ventured down a small dirt road to a graffiti-ridden cement building, which consisted of roughly 6 solitary confinement cells. The building was roughly 15 feet by 9 feet, so it was rather small. While 2 of our team members went to one side, my friend and we were crammed in one cell. We asked questions to see if any ghosties would reply to our audio recording device. We had a lengthy session. We heard footsteps in a nearby tree line. There was no one there. They got closer, closer, and closer, until I thought they were right next to me. They were so loud. Apparently, our other team members heard footsteps too, but instead, over by our car. we decided to hightail it out of there. After reviewing the audio, there was one moment that we caught a disembodied voice. My friend asked, "Is there anyone who belonged to this cell?" And a muffled, whispered replied, but we couldn't make out what it said. We put logic above the paranormal, approach every scenario as skeptics, but I firmly believe that we caught something paranormal. I used to work at a prison in Rayford, Florida. We were told that we weren't allowed to talk about any of the paranormal happenings in our prison, but I still think about them, and I'd like to get them off my chest. I've tried talking to my dad, who worked there as well. He always says it's rubbish, that he never experienced a thing. This is a story about the ghost of E-Dorm. I was assigned as a CO for the Echo Dorm. Echo Dorm always had a creepy vibe to it. During the day, it was lively with loads of different characters. I won't go into specifics, mainly due to length. I worked there every night for about 3 months. I worked the 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. shift, and one night it was a normal night. Lockdown occurred at 11, as usual, due to an NBA game that was on. Around 3 a.m., after I let out the morning KP, I had just sat back down in my officer station. I looked up and I saw an inmate out. I immediately jumped up and exited my station, went to see why this guy was out. As I exited, I looked right, and I saw him climb the stairs and dissipate. I knew if I called it in, my sergeant would think that I was crazy, so I brushed it off. The next night, I was talking to one of the inmates, and he mentioned that some of the other inmates talk about how the building is haunted. I have a few more stories, so more to come. I attended an overnight stay at the Pentridge prison in Melbourne last week and managed to capture a shadowy figure climbing the bottom staircase. The first image is the original. The second, it's cropped and auto-corrected. I can 100% confirm there was no one there when I took it. My uncle, who passed away in 2016, had some pretty intense stories from his time working at the Huntsville unit, which is basically home to the largest execution chamber in the state of Texas. I was always a bit more interested in the things that couldn't exactly be explained. Sure, some of the stories involving actual inmates was entertaining and scary, but there was something so creepy about the other stories. Those are the ones I feel compelled to share. The first one was regarding the smell. Not only the chamber itself, but the surrounding cells, because that's right, there were cells that shared a wall with the chamber itself. My uncle said that every so often you could smell something burning. It was, as he described, an unkind smell. My uncle was a war vet, so he said that the smell was definitely burning flesh, burning hair. The smell that was never accompanied by something actually burning, just the smell. It's not like it was uncommon for things to be burned. It was a prison after all. Welders would have to go and repair the cells and different parts of the prison all the time. But that smell, it was different. That smell and most smells that are common would permeate the whole area. They wouldn't stick to just the chamber and surrounding cells. The electric chair in the chamber had been removed years before my uncle had even started working there. Lethal injection was the new way. But many that worked there, and the inmates, they believed they were experiencing smells from the past, and something pretty horrifying. My uncle told me he'd spoken with several inmates in the area, ones who'd become nauseous from the smells, sometimes the smells waking them from sleep, only to make them vomit. Not all of these inmates were on death row or scheduled for execution. In fact, a lot of these cells were occupied by individuals who would most definitely see the light of day. My uncle said that he could see the men go through some changes while in there. He would see them get scared. He told me several inmates in the surrounding cells told him about their dreams. What was most curious and creepy about this were the similarities in the dreams. They usually always involved a group of guards barging into a cell, disturbing inmates awake, dragging them to their execution. These men would feel everything, as they put it, the snatching, their heart rate increase, even the insertion of the needles, the injection itself. Some men would see their own life essentially flash before their eyes, while others described feeling trapped in another man's body. They all woke up before experiencing total death, and always in a pool of sweat. These men were completely manic, followed by severe insomnia. My uncle said he'd lost track of just how many men repeated these stories. But he claims he wasn't the only one who heard these stories. It was known amongst all staff, like many things were. It just depended on if you took the men seriously or not. My uncle did. This last one, it's my favorite. I like it because it's not terrifying, but yet totally is. My uncle was friends with a man who prepared a good amount of inmates' last meals. He was known for being a good man, never getting too involved in the men's guilt or crime. Instead, just providing them with a dignified last meal. I guess a lot of men in that line of work really took pride in their job, this man being no exception. However, I guess there was one inmate that my uncle's friend had grown fond of, a man on death row, scheduled for execution in 2002. He believed the inmate to be innocent. He felt compelled to do something special since he knew he couldn't provide the man with a steak. So instead, he made the man a monster cheeseburger and fries. He threw in a chocolate milkshake and a hamburger steak on the side with mashed potatoes and gravy, for good measure. The evening of that execution, the man had been in the kitchen, cooking up separate meals for much different occasions. He suddenly felt he wasn't alone. Typically, in a prison, that's not a good sign, but he told my uncle he felt pretty good, like a friend was in the room. He was positive it was the man who'd been executed. The next day, he'd been told by staff that the inmate had left a message of thanks to be passed on to him and compliments to the chef. This man would occasionally make those meals for inmates until the program was expired in 2011. Nowadays, inmates get what's on the menu for that day. Some people hate that. Others find it just. I don't know how to feel personally, but I like the story for what it is. Those are the most memorable stories I've got hanging around in my head, but I'll rack my brain for more. Thanks for listening. Former CO of a medium security prison in South New England. Spring 2004, we thought a prisoner had escaped the facilities. A massive manhunt went underway. We had to notify the nearest town for their safety and to be on the lookout. We plastered his mugshot everywhere. 2 weeks passed by with no leads. As a result of this, the prison receives major audits and multiple inspectors visit to examine every bolt and bar holding this institution up. One afternoon, one of these safety inspectors arrives with a ladder. His job is to climb through the ventilation system to grade our air quality. Nearest access point is in the gymnasium. I lead the man there and we pop off the big circular vent located on the wall. The inspector climbs in and crawls a couple feet before turning left to make his way down the first line of vents. I watch him repeat this process, back and forth, ducking in and out through the metal pipes. Then, the metal vents shake with a shrill, echoed scream. I hear the health inspector crawling as fast as he can, back in my direction. He tells me that he was moving towards the vents above the kitchen, but a dead body was obstructing his path. The inspector was pale and nauseous, disgusted with what he had stumbled upon, but I was elated. I radioed to the other COs that we caught our disappearing inmate. We get a crew in who broke the ceiling open and disconnected the pipe where the inmate was located. This next part, it's a bit morbid, but wow. When the pipe was laid on the ground, only the man's legs were visible, dangling out of the pipe. He'd gotten stuck and we'd just assumed that he'd died of asphyxiation. But when we opened the pipe, dislodging the body, we discovered something strange. It looked like his face had been completely mutilated. There was a large hole on his left cheek. Of his face, more was missing than not. When our inmate attempted his escape, he got stuck in the pipes. But we also have a lot of rats who frequently crawl through our vents. When he got trapped, the rats had made a path through him, starting from a single hole in his cheek, sprawling into tons of exit holes made by the rats. Because of his body being riddled with these holes, his abdomen and his legs were almost torn off when they tried to pull him out. The smell was horrendous, if you were curious. So this was by far my worst experience as a CO. Rat tunnels made through a human body should never be something that someone should have to see. I spent a little over 1 year in prison for leading police on an hour-long chase through my hometown. I was young and thought that the engine in my dad's BMW M1 could easily outrun their stock Impala cruisers. What I didn't take into account was the lack of tread on my tires. The first sharp maneuver I attempted sends me flying over an embankment, rolling my car down a steep hill until eventually being stopped by a tree. The next thing I remember is waking up, still fastened to my seatbelt. Glass and blood littered my lap. Looking out my shattered windshield, I can see the hill I'd just fallen from. 4 cops are slowly climbing down the incline to get me. I don't know if it was the concussion that I'd sustained or if that was just the excuse I told the judge for why I decided to unbuckle my seatbelt and continue the police chase on foot. When I got out of the car, the loud creaking metal of the bent door alerted the cops that I was ready for another go. They started hustling and fumbling down the hill towards me, faster, yelling at me to freeze or they'll shoot. In that moment, I thought if the cops don't kill me, my dad sure will, after seeing what I did to his car. So my only option was to run, and that I did. I began at dusk and didn't stop running until the moon was high in the sky. By then, I was confident the police had long given up on their pursuit of me, and I could finally stop to catch my breath. That's when I also realized how lost I was. With virtually no outdoor skills, I had no idea where I was, or even what direction I'd ran. All I had was my windbreaker on my back and a car key to a destroyed BMW in my jean pocket. During the night, it inevitably started to rain. The off and on again showers left me soaked while I searched for a dry place to hide until morning. That's when I saw what I can only describe as a doorway of light formed between 2 trees. Its light only visible when standing directly in front of it. Walking by, it revealed itself in a flash out of the corner of my eye. I stopped and walked back a couple of feet, and it happened again. Then I stepped forward once more, and like a single elevator door, lining up my vision with this, opened it up. As I walked closer, I could feel a warmth radiating from its glow. As I got even closer, through the doorway, I saw another part of the forest. But it was daytime on that side. I moved left and the door of light quickly closed. I walked a circle around the 2 trees and through them on the other side, but the light didn't present itself until I found its direct line of vision again. This time, when the door was opened, I stepped into it. I felt the sun heat my skin. I was part relieved and part terrified as to what I had just stepped through. Once again, I was walking through the forest midday. It was no longer raining. I could hear birds in the trees. There was a distant clearing ahead and a black cloud rising from it, like a fire. As I approached, I was in disbelief to see my dad's red BMW crushed up against a tree. I'd come almost directly back from where I'd entered. Then, 2 cops tackled me to the ground from behind. They used what I would consider unnecessary force when dragging me back up the hill to the patrol car. One of the cops asked how I got so wet. I didn't know what to say. As I run all of it through my head again, it all sounds so mentally insane, so I just ignore him. This is my first time sharing this story. I'm not proud of my youth. There's a couple of things I wouldn't do, girls I wouldn't date, tattoos I wouldn't get. But I survived with a couple of stories to tell. This, by far, being the most extreme, as well as close to death I've ever been. I worked at a county jail. One night I was working in the maximum security unit on the night shift. It was pretty boring, with nothing to do, really, except for checks, where you go around and look in every cell every 30 minutes or so, just to make sure everything was okay, that the inmates weren't doing anything they weren't supposed to. It had been about 15 minutes or so since my last check, and I was sitting in the control room, reading a book to pass the time. The control room sits higher than floor level and looks out over the cell block. If an average-height person were to walk by you, you'd only see the top of their head. As I'm reading my book, I see out of my peripherals the top of a bald head walk past the window. I knew that nobody else was in the area, as another officer would have had to go through 2 sets of remotely open doors, and there was no way past my control room. I looked up and into the cell block. I didn't see anything. I then looked at the camera monitors, which showed every angle of the cell block. Still nothing. I put my book down and exited the control room, making sure to lock the door behind me in case an inmate had gotten out of their cell. Then they couldn't lock me out of the control room. It's uncommon, but it's possible. I walked into the cell block, shining my flashlight into some of the more dimly lit areas. I took notice that I did not hear a cell door close. So if an inmate did get out of the cell, they would have either had to close their cell door incredibly quietly, or they were hiding somewhere. I radioed for another officer to respond to my location as backup. I began to conduct a check, making sure to count the inmates in each cell and pull on the door to make sure it was locked. When I reached the upper tier, one of the inmates was standing at the cell window, asked me what time it was. When I told him, he noted that I was early on my check, that I'd been checking the doors. These guys have nothing to do but watch you. The inmate asked if I saw the bald-headed guy. He must have seen the expression on my face, because he said that he has seen somebody at least once a night, usually passing quickly by the cell windows. He said that they always knew it was him because there were no bald officers on the night shift. I went back to the control room and locked it behind me. I asked the officer who responded as my backup about the bald-headed guy. He was a very senior officer, said that he'd never personally seen him, but it wasn't uncommon for officers to report it. I never saw the bald-headed guy again. Eventually, I was promoted. Every once in a while, an officer or inmate will ask me about him. It's been about 6 months since I saw the apparition of a ghostly inmate. I built a reputation around this time as a solid officer, tough but very fair. I'd been assigned as area security. The area I was assigned as part of my job was to check fences and gates and act as an auxiliary officer in case our officers in the dorm needed to go smoke or something. It was about 2:30 a.m. Me and my partner, Skylar, were outside having a smoke. Now I'm an Army veteran with PTSD, and part of that is hyper-awareness. As I was smoking, I looked out onto the rec yard. and saw shadows moving around back and forth against the perimeter lights. I motioned to Skylar to look, and he said, "Is someone on the yard?" "No, I don't think so." I went and grabbed the keys from the sergeant and grabbed my big mag light. We entered the yard, and it was eerie. I shined my light towards where I thought I saw the shadows. Nothing was there, but at the far edge of my light, I'd see movement. After playing cat and mouse for about 20 or 30 minutes, Skylar called down to Tower 2 to turn on the yard lights. After he did, we searched for another 30. No one was there. Now the ground of the yard was loose sand substance that they called ballast. They would have inmates level it every time they were on the yard. So if anyone was on the yard, we could see their footprints. The only prints were mine and Skylar's. We went back flabbergasted. How was that possible? Still, to this day, I can't figure out that phenomenon. Has anyone ever witnessed shadows at the edge of their light? What is that? Skylar and I had experienced something together before that, though. This was when we were still in training. Back in the day, the prison I worked at and the prison where we trained were once part of the same prison, the Rock of Rayford. Where the Corrections Academy trains is part of an old death row housing. Now, this place was creepy. Not like Ghost Adventures creepy, but like a feeling that you're being watched. Me and my buddy Skylar were in the same class. We would go over to the old death row housing to get out of the Florida rain and have a cigarette. This is an old star-shaped building, 5 wings each holding 10 cells with a gun gallery in the center for the officers to sit in. If you stand in the middle of the officer station, you can see down all 5 wings. This will be important later. So me, Skylar, and our friend Eric, who was also a classmate, went and had a smoke. As we left the building, the classic beautiful Florida weather struck. Rain, thunder, and the whole shebang. We laughed at the weather's insanity while running to the other building. As we entered, the building was silent. Like dead silent. All you could hear was the rain falling on the roof and outside. We approached the first gate, which is inside a ways. As we approached it, I kept having this weird feeling that we were being watched. We approached the old gun gallery, and Eric made a comment. "What is this place?" "Old death row housing and confinement," I told him. "Wow, this is so cool. Can I go in here?" As he approached the old gun gallery. "I don't think anyone cares anymore, man. This place has been closed since the 90s, Skylar said. Suddenly, we all heard a loud cough. Everyone became silent. "Jay, did you hear that?" Skylar asked. "Yeah, but it's probably just the rain." "Should we go check and make sure?" "I'm not going. Fuck that," Eric said. Finally, I said, "I'll go check it out. You two keep an eye out." I pulled out my pen light and walked down the north wing where I heard the cough. It was an old space with windows that were busted out and the old-style jail bars. Cots still overturned, missing the mattresses, of course, but with bits of trash scattered about. Some of it looked like it may have been from prior inmates. As I got deeper into the wing, the hair stood up on my arms. I got goosebumps. Then I heard a noise like whispering. I raised my light, thinking that an inmate was hiding in there. Nothing was there. Then I heard the sound of shuffling, and then running behind me. I took off and yelled, "Stop." I shined my light and nothing was there. I ran down the wing and yelled to Eric, asking if anyone had come down here. He was still standing in the gun gallery and shook his head. He yelled back, "No, just you. Why?" I told them both what had happened, and we elected to grab the instructor, and were verbally warned to stay out of that building, to never speak of this or any paranormal happenings ever again, not on the compound. In death row of Florida State Prison, in a back room is old Sparky. Now, I know many people think of Sing Sing Prison and the Green Mile movie, but the truth is most prisons share terms for places and objects. Now, Old Sparky was the Florida State Electric chair. It's still ready to go if they were to ever reinstall the generators. I had 2 interactions with this chair. They have orderly inmates shine the chair still, and a guard will have to watch them while they do it. I was acting as an auxiliary officer, coming from the prison next door, and being a death row officer by this point in my career, I drew the long straws, as my captain put it, and was put on detail for Old Sparky. I know this isn't a very long story, but I believe that there is some negative attachment to that chair. I'm a generally healthy person, decent immune system, and not squeamish in any way. But when I would enter the room with the chair, I would get ill. Nausea, sweats, pains, anxiety. The closer I got, the worse I felt. The first time I was guarding the detail, I kept having to swap officers for a few minutes just to feel better. Finally, I just couldn't do it anymore. I talked to the shift lieutenant and explained that I was having issues in that room. And that's when I was moved to compound security. Once while on holiday, I visited a place known as Bodmin Jail, which is known to be a very haunted prison. It was built a long time ago, and I actually felt the presence of spirits there. So did my mom and siblings. I know this is a short story, but as a fun bonus fact, they're turning the jail into an actual hotel. A lot of people died there. Why would anyone think that that's even a slightly good idea? My mom said that she was going to do something before we left to ensure that no spirits followed us home, but she never actually did it. Then, back at home, I started feeling like there was something in my bathtub. I'm pretty sure the spirit ended up attaching itself to me, and now taken residence in my bathroom. Having a family member in a branch of the armed services takes a mental toll on everyone involved. My brother Clay and I couldn't have been more different growing up, and that stayed the same way through our adulthood. Clay served in the military while I listened to Rage Against the Machine and skateboarded. He became a police officer in a neighboring city, and I was arrested multiple times for drug possession, theft, and burglary in the city he served. He never had the honor of taking his little brother down, but he would visit me whenever he found out I got locked up again. Clay had always been a serious kid, never joked around, always working his ass off at something. Tough kid too, and that transferred into adulthood. There's still banners at the old gym with Clay's name on it from all of the boxing records and awards he'd won. During our visits, both from behind bars and back home, Clay would come over to our mom's house where I was staying. He'd casually talk about seeing car accidents, homicides, and any other death bringers that you could think of, all while sipping on a cup of coffee. Really troubling things, but he'd talk about them like he was discussing the weather. He told me once that his first interaction with people was usually on one of the worst days of their lives, be it a victim or suspect. The police are never involved because of happy scenarios. Sure, he'd try to play ball with the kids after school when he had the chance. Clay actually smiled when he told those small stories. But as the years passed, Clay's personality became more stoic. Slowly, he stopped sharing pieces of his day because he didn't want to burn us out, even though Mom and I never expressed discomfort about the things he told us. I think retelling the horrors of his day made him relive those moments and re-feel those gut-wrenching emotions. He didn't want to be the rain cloud when he entered the house. When I got my own place, Clay stopped by, rarely. Once it was to drop off a generator. The only other memorable time was when he came to decompress after an especially hard and strange night. The night he came over, it was completely unexpected. I think I was just sitting in my underwear, half asleep on the couch when Clay started banging on the door. It scared the hell out of me, but along with the pounding, I heard his voice calling my name, telling me to open the door. Once I knew who it was, I jumped to my feet and ran to open it. When I did, Clay walked in, looking like he'd seen a ghost, pale as he could possibly be. I've never seen him like that before. He was visibly shaken. Clay walked over and plopped down on my couch. I asked him what was going on. At first, he just kept repeating that he needed someone to talk to, that he needed to see his brother. "Talk about what?" I asked. Then, Clay started crying, like I'd never seen him cry before. He said he'd seen something that really messed with his mind. He didn't think that anyone else would believe him, except me. He told me that earlier in the evening he'd responded to a domestic violence call. Before he even approached the scene, he was driving through all these twists and turns in a hilly neighborhood. It's while heading to the house that he saw a woman standing with her kid at the crosswalk, both of them looking straight down. The kid was in Spider-Man pajamas, no shoes. The mom was also in sleeping attire, thin shirt, shorts, no shoes. They definitely didn't look like they should be out there at that time of night. Clay, thinking this was weird, decided to stop. He rolled down his window and asked if they needed help. Neither of them responded. So he asked again, this time louder. That's when the woman lifted her head. Clay saw her face, just a blank expression. It was like her eyes weren't there. They weren't alive. Looking directly at Clay, she didn't say a word. She lifted her right arm and pointed down the road. Clay thought she was gesturing for him to go away. Since he was on his way to a call, he rolled up his window and continued to the call, which happened to be in the same direction the woman was pointing. Less than a mile further, Clay arrived at the house and was the first officer on the scene. The cul-de-sac was quiet, with adjacent houses all dark. The house he approached was indistinguishable from the others. But unlike the homes and families that cohabitated in this community, the house Clay was approaching was hiding a dark secret. He found it after pushing open the unlocked front door. There, in front of Clay, lay a family of 3. 2 of the members were in multiple crudely hacked pieces, and one was closer to the back door, hanging from the foundation banister in the kitchen, all deceased. On what remained of the smaller victim, a Spider-Man logo could be identified through the blood-soaked fabric. I've been on the force for over 20 years, and I've seen my fair share of missing person cases over that time. Most of them start the same way. A concerned family member or friend comes in looking for someone who hasn't been seen or heard from in a long time. It's usually a mix of dread and hope that takes over, and this case was no different. Well, it was a little different, and that's why I'm here. The call came in on a Tuesday morning. A woman reported her adult son, Charlie, missing. She hadn't seen him in 3 days, which was unusual. Charlie was the kind of guy who called his mom every night, even if he didn't have much to say. The fact that he hadn't reached out was the red flag. I took the details and assured her we'd do everything we could to find him. At first, it seemed like it might be a case of a guy needing to clear his head, go off the grid for a bit. But as the hours turned into days, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. His friends hadn't heard from him, and his phone had been off since the night he was last seen. We started digging deeper, checking his usual haunts, talking to anyone who might know where he could have gone, but nothing. Then something strange happened. Just when we were hitting a wall, a woman walked into the station claiming she was a psychic. Now, we get a lot of these, and sometimes the force themselves will reach out and bring someone in. I've never put too much stock into that kind of thing, but she was insistent. She said that she'd had a vision of Charlie, described him perfectly, right down to the scar above his left eyebrow. She told me that he was dead, that his body was in the backwater near a barn in a field not far from town. I remember feeling a mix of skepticism and desperation. We didn't have any other leads, so I figured it couldn't hurt to check it out. I took a couple of my guys and we drove out to the area that she described. The place was secluded, miles away from any main road. The barn was old, half-collapsed, sitting in the middle of an overgrown field. And just like she'd said, there was a stagnant pond behind it, hidden from view. The sight that met us when we got there is something I won't forget. As we approached the water, I noticed something bobbing near the surface. My stomach dropped as I realized what it was. We called in the crime scene unit and they pulled Charlie's body from the water. The psychic had been right, eerily so. The location, the condition, everything. It was all exactly as she described. I couldn't explain it, but there it was, plain as day. We had our missing person, but now it was a homicide. It turned out that Charlie had gotten involved with some dangerous people. When he tried to back out of a deal, they made sure that he wouldn't talk. We eventually tracked them down and brought them to justice, but that psychic's tip still lingers in my mind. In all my years on the force, I've never had a case take a turn like that one. Maybe there's more out there that we can't see or understand, but I know one thing for sure. I'll never look at missing persons reports the same way again. So my dad's a cop as well as my cousin, and they've both told me some pretty terrifying stories over the years. My dad also worked security at a haunted hotel before he became a cop, and we live on an Indian reservation where paranormal stuff seems to happen way more often than it should. I'll try to break these down into separate stories, but fair warning, some of this still freaks me out to this day. The woman at the Fairmont in Ottawa. Before he became a cop, my dad worked security at the Fairmont Chateau in Ottawa. If you don't know, the place is rumored to be haunted, and according to my dad, that rumor is 100% true. One night during his shift, he was doing rounds through a section of the hotel that was supposed to be empty. No guests, no staff, just dark hallways and locked rooms. It was around 3 a.m., of course it was, and he turned a corner. He saw a woman walking ahead of him. She was dressed in early 1900s attire, a long, flowing dress, walking at a steady pace away from him. At first, he assumed she was a lost guest. "Ma'am, this floor is off limits," he called out. No response. He picked up his pace, following after her, but just as he was about to reach her, she turned the corner. My dad immediately followed, but when he turned the corner, the hallway was empty. There was nowhere for her to have gone. No open doors, no stairwell, nothing. He searched the floor, checked every room, which were all still locked, and there was no sign of her. He swears that she vanished into thin air. The police station is definitely haunted. Now let's talk about the precinct my dad works at. According to him, 95% of the cops that work there believe it's haunted. The ones who don't, the rookies who haven't experienced it yet. The activity is pretty intense. Things move on their own. Cabinet doors swing open. Objects get shoved off desks. Chairs start spinning on their own. Doors slam shut with no one around. But the worst part, the shadow figure. Cops have seen a tall black mass with glowing red eyes standing at the end of hallways or at the bottom of stairwells. And it's not just the officers who see it. The criminals do too. They have security footage of people in the holding cells freaking out, staring at something just off camera, looking absolutely terrified. Some prisoners have refused to stay in their cells, claiming that something is in there with them. One guy told my dad, "This place is haunted, man." To which my dad just shrugged and said, "Yeah, it is." None of the cops like to be alone in the station anymore, because that's when the shadow figure likes to show itself. The demonic phone call. One of our close family friends had her own terrifying experience with whatever haunts the police station. She was at home when she got a call from a number she didn't recognize. When she looked at the screen, the number was 666 666 6666. She didn't answer. Just sat there staring at it, waiting for it to stop ringing. 5 minutes later, she got another call, this time from a friend of hers who's a cop. Her friend was panicked. "We need to do something about this thing. Let's smudge the precinct." At that point, she understood. Whatever was haunting the station knew that they were about to try to get rid of it. It was fighting back. The next day, they went to the police station to perform a cleansing ritual. They smudged the entire building, but the entity did not go quietly. It got angry. Doors slammed. The air was thick, making it hard to breathe. When they reached the holding cells, the lights went out. The sage kept trying to go out. And then, the shell holding the sage cracked in half. That's a bad sign. They knew they had to leave fast. They buried the shell outside, but the haunting never stopped. Later, they realized that they'd made a mistake. They didn't clear the building properly. They'd moved sporadically, instead of sweeping the spirit out through the front door. Now, the entity was stronger than ever. The thing in the woods. My cousin, who's also a cop, once saw something massive outside of the school in our town. The school's in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by dense forest. One night while patrolling, he saw 2 huge figures walking near the tree line. He swears they weren't human, covered in fur, walking upright, and moved silently into the woods. He tried to report it, but the other cops just laughed it off. No one believes him, but I think that they're just pretending they don't. The highway cryptid. Another time, my dad responded to a call about a guy sitting on the side of the road. It was near the highway that runs through our town. Turns out the guy was a long-distance cyclist who had just pulled over to rest. But when my dad got there, the cyclist looked terrified. He told my dad that earlier, while biking along Route 117 in Quebec, he had stopped at the top of a hill, saw something crossing the highway. It was huge, covered in fur, but walking on 2 legs. The cyclist froze. He didn't want it to see him. He just crouched down and watched it disappear into the woods. He refused to keep going for a full 30 minutes. He told my dad, "I don't know what I saw, but I know it wasn't human." The thing that knocks. One woman in our town kept calling the police 3 nights in a row. She swore someone was knocking on every window of her house. It happened all at once, like a group of kids was playing a prank. But whenever the cops got there, nothing. No footprints, no one in sight. On the 3rd night, her neighbor came over, pale as a ghost. He asked, "Is this about the knocking?" The cop said, "Yeah. Did you see something?" The neighbor nodded. He'd stepped outside for a cigarette and saw a black figure standing at the woman's window, knocking. And then it ran, but not like a person. It circled the house 4 times, knocking on every window, too fast for any human. And then it stopped. It turned toward the neighbor, ran across the street, and hid behind a tree. For a moment, everything was silent, and then it peeked out from behind the tree, looking right at him. Its eyes glowed yellow, like a cat's. And then it smiled. So yeah, that's just some of the weird stuff that's happened around here. We live on an Indian reservation, and honestly, I feel like we see way more paranormal shit than normal places. And I don't think it's stopping anytime soon. As a security guard, I've definitely seen some creepy things. Nothing flashy like you'd see in a movie, sadly. Any of the stuff that happens is usually a mundane maintenance issue, steam leaks, failing equipment, old pipes, etc. Quirks of the building also come into play. Faint pops and clicks, strange smells of unknown, all normal. What does happen that makes a guard like me get shaky, even after 5 years in the same buildings, are the things that defy explanation after weeks of research and consultations. Things that happen when I'm the only living thing in the building and the cameras outside confirm there's not a single person in 500 meters around me. Things like the booming laughter of a jovial man coming from the security hallway at 3 a.m. Whistle or hum a tune in the first floor gallery. Sometimes, if you stop mid-phrase, an answering whistle will finish the tune from the balcony above you. The distinctive scent of marijuana smoke filling a room like someone's been smoking in there for hours. It fills the room in seconds, lasts a while, and disappears just as suddenly. The cameras are set to record whenever they detect motion. A couple of corridors, including the one outside security, record the minimum 3 seconds constantly throughout both day and night. Like the hall is continuously traversed by unseen people. The facial recognition boxes were turned off by request of former guards years ago, because the system was trying to recognize faces of unseen persons going in and out of the security office. This would happen every couple of minutes. Shadows of people walking across cameras as you watch them, but never set off the recording software. At first, I thought these were pareidolia, effects brought on by fatigue or hallucination. Because yes, that does happen too. But this is specifically when fully awake and focusing on a single camera, and a shadow passes by. Like there's someone backlit, walking just out of frame. Conversations. The sound is clear, but the voices and what they're saying are muffled, and they're coming from a nearby room, taking place next to a catwalk 80 feet in the air. Some of these things happen regularly, while others were a one-time thing, or happen very infrequently. I notice them more when I'm awake and fully functional. The sleepier I am, or the less focused, the less disturbing my shift tends to be. I'm a night janitor at a big city corporate office building. There are other janitors, but we're spread out on different floors, so we basically do our rounds completely alone. During my first week on the job, which started just after the COVID crisis started dying down, I noticed a lot of weird things. I think the first thing was the trash. I used to wear headphones and listen to music while I worked, but you'll see why I stopped in a minute. The main area is a bunch of cubicles crammed together, but they're in rows, so it's not like I can just miss one. I do them in order, and by the end, it's like I've made a circle. After I dump the trash, I make another loop with the vacuum. One day, I'm coming around with my vacuum, and one of the trash bins has quite a few empty chip bags, snack wrappers in it. I'm fairly certain that I had emptied it. But hey, we all have our moments. Or maybe they were just stuck to the bin, and I just didn't notice. Anything's possible. But then it kept happening. Not every night, but often enough to make me wonder. I also have to cut the lights off before I leave, so I turn them off as I finish each area, starting with the boss's office in the back. There were multiple occasions when I would be getting on the elevator, only to look back and see some of the lights were on again. This was enough to make me ask my coworkers, had they had anything like this happen on their rounds. But they just made ghost jokes, looked at me like I was crazy, so I let it go. Then I heard a loud bang on window washing night, loud enough to hear over my music. It came from the big offices, and I had already cleaned and turned off the lights back there. When I went to investigate, I found more junk food trash in the bin, and one of the desk chairs was knocked over. Not where it had been sitting, mind you. No, it was now over by the window. That's when I went from ha-ha, weirded out, to genuinely uneasy. I'll admit, I've always been pretty superstitious, so that's where my mind went. It's amazing what you can convince yourself of when you're alone in a dark, creepy space. The next day I told my supervisor everything, asked if someone had died in the building, made a proper fool of myself. The building is less than 10 years old. No one's ever died in it. And it wasn't built on some taboo burial ground or anything sketchy. All in all, it's just another cliche, boring high-rise. I won't lie, I was disappointed. I'd really built up this whole lovable Casper-like ghost character with a penchant for junk food and pranks. But sadly, there was no backstory to fuel this fantasy. The more I thought about it, the more I began to think, if it's not a ghost, it must be a person. The fear that comes from ghosts is kind of a novelty fear. You know what I mean? It's a fun, kind of scary. Most people don't actually think it could hurt them. But shady characters lurking in empty office buildings, they instill an entirely different fear. The bad kind. And that's when I stopped listening to music at work. Things continued as normal for a few days, and then I got the scare of my life as I was trying to leave. All the lights were out, and I was just waiting for my elevator. That's when I heard a door to one of the offices open and close. Then a set of footsteps started making their way down the hall, and someone was whistling the tune from Kill Bill. My heart stopped at that moment. And I don't think it's beat quite the same since. I didn't have anywhere to run. It was basically a race between those footsteps and the elevator. Which would reach me first? Well, as I'm sure you can guess, the footsteps won. There was just enough light to make out a tall, scrawny man in his boxers. His hair was sticking up like he hadn't groomed himself in months. I couldn't see his face clearly, yet my brain branded him with wild madman eyes. I was frozen with fear. I didn't know why I didn't hide behind my cart or the reception desk. I just stood there with a scream stuck in my throat. He saw me and froze. That eerie whistle tune died on his lips and he began rushing towards me. The elevator finally dinged behind me and the doors shut just as he was reaching me. I found some of my coworkers and we called the police. A few hours later, they were escorting the man outside. Later, I learned that he was laid off during COVID. I guess I shouldn't say his real name, so I'm gonna call him Ted. Ted really needed that job. Without it, he lost his home, his car, his wife. The poor guy didn't know what to do, so he snuck back into his old office. He'd worked there for years, so he knew the schedules, stayed well hidden during working hours. And then his mind became progressively worse. That made him increasingly careless. That night I found the chair knocked over. He was trying to throw it through the window so that he could jump. But yeah, those kinds of buildings aren't made with regular glass, so he couldn't break it. I really don't know what he would have done to me if the elevator hadn't made it in time. He wasn't a violent man in his regular life, but his mind was so far gone, there's just no telling. Okay, I'm going to tell you about my night shift at the county morgue. We aren't a huge place, but we always have at least 5 or 10 bodies at any given time. I'm sure you've seen the cold storage cabinets on TV, those things. At first, it's kind of creepy, but you can adjust to anything. My first week, I didn't want to eat in that same room, but by the end of my first month, I was eating my sandwiches 5 feet away from bodies. It's just what happens. One night, we got a John Doe. The body was found in the woods, and animals had started feeding on him. The damage was extensive. We determined he was out there for at least a week. As you can imagine, it was hard to look at, even when you've built up a tolerance. After storing him in cold 6, I snuck outside for a snack. When I came back, I heard what I thought was moaning. It was low, grunty. The storage cabinets were divided into 3 sections, and it was coming from where I put the John Doe. He was the only one in that section. My first thought was that the poor guy was still alive. I rushed over and pulled him out. Once I saw him again, I knew how ridiculous that was. You can't get any more dead than that guy. Most of his insides were gone. By then, the moaning had stopped, so I put him back. It didn't take long to convince myself that I was hearing things, but I was still spooked. There was a lot of paperwork stacking up on the desk, though, so I put in some headphones and stayed busy until the morning shift relieved me. That evening, a detective came to my house, asked me about my shift. He wanted to know every detail, if I left at any point, if I saw or heard anything unusual. I was so thrown off it didn't occur to me to mention the moaning. I thought that someone had tampered with evidence or leaked information. I was trying not to look crazy. Technically, I wasn't supposed to leave to get food, but everyone does it. After a while, I decided it would be better to admit leaving than risk looking complicit in evidence tampering, so I confessed everything, down to the silly moaning and listening to music for the rest of the night. Sure enough, that's what he wanted. The interrogation was finally over, and then I heard nothing else for almost 8 hours. I spent the rest of the evening before my shift wondering, was I going to get fired when I tried to go in? Then, my boss was waiting for me at the entrance, and I knew I was in trouble. She wanted to talk in the cafeteria, steered me away from the morgue. Now, it might be a little late to mention that this story is not for the faint of heart. When we sat down, my boss asked how well I knew a security guard, who we'll call Edgar. He was a nice guy, I said, early 40s, always said hey, asked how you were doing, but that's all I knew. We never spoken past basic pleasantries, so I told her that. She then went on to say that his body was found in our cold storage that afternoon. It was a crazy couple of days, and even if it was only for a moment, I was a murder suspect. Thankfully, the surveillance and autopsy cleared me pretty quickly. The cameras tracked me to the cafeteria while they showed Edgar entering the morgue. Certain evidence would suggest that he had crawled into our storage lockers for unsavory reasons. The leading assumption is that I came back sooner than he expected. When he heard me open John Doe's cabinet, he got quiet, so I wouldn't catch him. He was directly below John. Now, when I closed John back up, the doors are kind of hard to shut, so you gotta put some weight behind it. I remember feeling the one below his click, too. People left them partially open all the time, just because you don't realize you need that final click. Basically, I locked him in there. The doors can't be opened from inside. I did kill that man. Everyone said it wasn't my fault. I didn't get into trouble or anything, but I did put on those headphones because I've seen too many horror movies. I didn't want to think about a zombie apocalypse. I probably would have heard him struggling, if not for those headphones. He ripped his fingernails off trying to claw his way out, and I was listening to Taylor Swift. My brother is a firefighter. A few years ago, he responded to a call for a house fire. The neighbor had called in saying the vacant house for sale next door was on fire. The houses weren't too far apart, but not close enough where you could clearly see into the windows. The operator did tell them that you could hear his wife in the background yelling about seeing someone in one of the upstairs windows, but she seemed rather angry, saying that it was all the trash causing the fire to get worse. So, my brother and his co-workers arrived, and were all able to put it out. He said that there was no one inside, but it looked like there had been a squatter living upstairs. So it was believed that the squatter caused the fire by accident in the bedroom upstairs, and he or she left after the wife saw him or her through the window. End of story, right? Nope. The damage wasn't terrible, so the house was eventually fixed and put on the market. A young couple bought it, and after a few months, the police responded to a call on the house by the same neighbors. The same man who had called last time called about hearing screaming inside, and the operator said that she could hear the wife in the background yelling about the woman puking everywhere. It ended up being a case of domestic violence, and things were handled accordingly. Apparently, one of the cops went over to talk to the neighbors about what they had heard and questioned how his wife had seen the woman puking when that didn't happen near the windows and the blinds were mostly shut. The guy looked confused, said that he didn't have a wife and had never had a woman living there. The recording of the 911 call was played back, and sure as shit, a woman was heard in the background. This story got back to my brother, and he did some digging. There was only one thing he could find that would give any sort of answer. The reason the house was put up for sale was because a middle-aged woman who had owned the house had died in the house. My brother actually got around to asking the neighbor about her. The neighbor said that she was a very neat person. Everything always had to be in its place, almost OCD about her home and her things. I used to be the only person manning the overnight help desk for an IT company. I would get there just as the last folks were leaving for the night, and I'd have the entire office to myself. After a month or so on the job, I started hearing noises around the office, creaking floors, weird vocalizations, a random guttural gagging sound. At first, I didn't really pay any attention to it. It was an older office, and it made weird noises. But then I noticed that when I'd step out for lunch or use the bathroom, I'd come back and there would be lights on that I didn't turn on, or cabinets opened that I didn't touch. I was 100% sure that some slasher maniac was hiding under a desk, waiting to kill me. Well, it turns out one of our managers was in the middle of moving house, and due to a scheduling conflict, he didn't have a place to live and would be crashing at the office with the door closed. What I was hearing was him trying to sneak around the office without alerting me. And the gagging noises, well, that was him snoring. He was embarrassed by the situation, so he was waiting for me to leave my desk so that he could dash out to grab a drink or some snacks from the supply closet. So yeah, I'm still waiting for my real ghost story. So this happened at work the day before I had a 3-day vacation. Now that I'm going back tonight, I've been trying to debunk what happened in any way I can, because I don't really believe in the paranormal. I know it's got to be psychosomatics, that I'm just spooking myself out. But I've been working at this gas station near Raleigh coming up on 4 years. There's a tavern across the street that used to be called Flips, and when I was a kid, it was known to be frequented by an MC of violent bikers. The club was extorting the owner while using the bar after hours as a central meeting spot for a few of their smaller chapters around North Carolina. All their Harleys used to be parked outside when my school bus drove by, and there were always 2 or 3 of the club's members standing outside, smoking and joking in their vests. All the boys thought they were so cool. They would press their faces against the glass and yell about what motorcycle they thought was faster. We'd pass by Flips every day on our way home from school. Then, one afternoon, a bunch of armored or bulletproof trucks, FBI, came into town with a search warrant for the bar. The bikers had no choice but to let the agents enter and look around. Usually when a search warrant is involved, that means your establishment is about to get turned upside down. But the agents knew what they were looking for and didn't waste their time smashing bottles or flipping the billiard tables. As soon as they gained access to the property, the armed agents went straight to the basement door. The door's only line of defense was a combination lock that bolt cutters made quick work of. None of the bikers move as two of the agents raise their firearms and begin walking down the stairs into the dark basement. There were no ground-level windows. Besides their flashlights, they were in the pitch black down there. Most of the other agents waited upstairs, making sure that nobody came in or out of the bar. Then, a walkie-talkie chirps. "Yep, we've located it. Round 'em up." There's not much out here in terms of entertainment, so when the 15-16 bikers were hauled from that bar, the whole town was all standing outside, gawking like hens. Me and my friend included. As they were getting marched out, all of the men either looked completely irate or completely confused. There was no in between. And remember this, because it would all make sense a few days later, when my dad's reading the morning paper. In a nutshell, this biker gang was used to getting raided by agents, but most of the time they were getting raided or harassed by the ATF. The gang had no clue why the FBI was knocking down their door. They weren't faking their confusion. They really didn't know what the agents found in the basement until interrogation started. And that's when each of the men were pulled into separate rooms, accused of murdering 3 backpackers. Their remains, along with their backpacking equipment, were all found in a shallow pit, one that had been dug in the basement of the bar. It was hidden under thin wooden boards and a carpet. With all of the men separated, they weren't able to corroborate stories together, yet each of them all reacted with aggression, defending their innocence. Not only their innocence, but a prideful assertion that their MC would never target a group of helpless backpackers. Besides the bodies having literally been discovered at their bar, they had no other evidence that they could pin any of the members to these murders with. So eventually, they had to let them all go. The bar remained closed while the investigation continued. After months go by and the FBI brings in someone else for questioning, this time it's the right guy. Come to find out that it was the owner of the bar that had murdered those backpackers. Because the MC had been extorting him, the FBI thought that he was part of the gang. When it somehow came up that they were just extorting him for the bar, the FBI decided to set up another group, specifically to investigate this guy. And not only did they link those backpackers to him, they were also able to link him to a few other open cases south of Highway 40. Yeah, apparently the owner of the bar was some sort of serial killer. So that's a thing. Decades pass, and after the deeds passed around to a few optimistic owners, the bar is eventually abandoned, left to decay while nature grows and slowly obstructs its view from the street and from the gas station I work at. Now, last Thursday I was scheduled to work 9 p.m. to 5 a.m. That night, my shift started as typical would be. This gas station is pretty tucked away from the highway. I'll see only a handful of people that night, most of which are just getting gas and don't even come into the store. Generally, to cure my boredom, I'm probably more attentive to the hot food rack than needs to be, but that's why our customers always get the freshest food. And I won't lie or give the name of my actual employer when I admit that I play a lot of games on my phone. The front of the building has 2 giant windows, and as I was leaning on the counter progressing through one of these games, from the corner of my eye, I saw someone walk by on their way towards the door. I quickly raced to wrap up the task that I was doing on my phone to a save point. By the time the customer came in, it took longer than expected, and internally I felt time running before they walked in. When I heard the door chime and automatic doors slide, I was going to have to drop my phone no matter what to greet the customer. But after a few more seconds came and went, I realized the doors hadn't been activated yet. Less than a second after that, I was able to save my game, pocket my phone. Wondering if I was mistaken about seeing someone walk up, I look over to the door, and there is in fact a man standing there. The sight of him made my knees kind of weak because I wasn't expecting it. He was just standing outside the glass doors, staring in, and not at me. His stare was straightforward, like one of those 1,000-yard stares. Again, The front doors are automatic and they slide open when a person's standing in front of them. But in this case, they weren't opening for him. Thinking the two glass doors might be stuck or something, I hurried around the cashier's counter to see what I could do. But as I got close to the doors, the chime went off and both doors slid open like normal. Grateful the issue had resolved itself, I started to walk back to the counter, and then I'm like, wait, I'm right here. I should turn around and greet them or something. Say the door doesn't usually do that. I don't know. Anything would have been better than turning my back on them without a word or even a smile. I swing back around holding a smile on my face, and I notice that the man hasn't come inside yet. He's still standing frozen, staring off into nothing. Looked to be in his 30s. Brown, shaggy mullet, goatee. He was not dressed for the winter weather, by any means. But he didn't look dirty, malnourished, or hurt. Quite the contrary. He was actually quite good looking. He was wearing a blue tank top and cargo shorts with big brown hiking boots. I say welcome to such and such gas station, and his expressionless gaze slowly shifts to make eye contact with me. Then he says, "May I come in?" It was such a weird question to ask me. I felt like an old merchantime peddler when I responded something like, of course, what do ye travels require?" This guy walks past me into the store, ignoring my question, and I go back behind the counter with my head held in shame. What do ye travels require? Geez. I never had been smooth with the other gender, but that was a new low that I hadn't felt yet. So I'm organizing cigarette cartons, checking on the hot food, basically doing anything to keep my mind distracted. So I stopped replaying, "What do ye travels require?" over and over in my head. And soon, everything's organized. Not a vape is out of place. Not a hot dog is overcooked. I haven't seen this guy since he entered. The gas station isn't huge. I should be able to see most, if not all, of this guy's head while he's in the aisles. But there's no sign of him. The store is quiet too. And the doors hadn't reactivated since I was standing there. It all starts to feel really sketchy, really fast. The hairs on my arm stand on end, and a gut feeling tells me to grab the bat from under the counter. We have a small TV next to the register. It cycles through our live security camera feed, and I closely examine them as each one pops up. This guy is nowhere to be found. With the bat firmly in my hand, I had no other choice but to do a few laps around the aisles myself. There were a few blind spots the cameras couldn't pick up. I checked those places first before doing a lap around the shelves. I couldn't believe it. There would have been no way that he could have snuck past me. Certainly not without triggering the front door. That was unless he snuck into the back somehow. I was confident he hadn't exited out the door behind the cashier's table. But there was another back freezer area behind the drinks that someone could possibly get into. That would have taken them sliding the entire milk rack out of its case, then pulling it back manually while standing completely undetected. It felt absurd, but there were no other places to check. It's a struggle pulling the metal rack out by myself, and the whole time it's loudly clinging as I push it back and forth, and no surprise, the guy wasn't hiding in the freezer. I was in disbelief that I was once again alone in the gas station. I was determined to get to the bottom of it. At around 2 a.m, I locked up the doors of the store and go into the back room behind the counter. It's where the security camera recording equipment is, and the computers. If my manager would have shown up and found the doors locked, I would have lost my job. But this disturbed me enough to take the risk. I'm not a computer whiz by any means, so it took me a few minutes to figure out how to replay the footage from earlier. When I finally do, I'm nervous that I could have messed up the video somehow when I was tinkering with it, because when I finally rolled the footage back far enough, I watched the 6 different recordings from the cameras inside the store and outside. pressing start before I'd put my phone away. None of the angles showed the man coming up to the store. The camera inside that faces the front door shows me walking up to the sliding glass doors and them opening, but I can't understand how it didn't capture the hiker guy in any of the digital files. In every camera angle, it looks like I'm having a conversation with myself. Then, running around the store like a lunatic with a bat, I played the footage back almost endlessly. There was a chilling void where the man had been. My heart was racing as I watched myself approach the doors over and over. I just couldn't believe there was no one there, no trace of the stranger. Had I imagined it all? That didn't feel safe or possible. As I left the gas station that morning, the silence around me was louder than any conversation I'd ever had. The mask of calm that I'd worn all night, it had cracked. The air outside, it was heavy. I remember rushing to my car like I was being followed, trying to shake off the unease and even fumbling for my keys. My glances darted around, looking for any sign of that stranger, any hint that I wasn't as alone as it looked. I took a deep breath and got in my car. I locked the doors, and somehow it made me feel safer. I pulled out of the parking lot, but that unsettling feeling just wouldn't leave. It felt stupid, but I couldn't shake off the thought that I'd be coming back to this place in just a few days. What if he showed up again? What if he was just lurking around? As I drove away, I glanced in my rearview mirror, really expecting to see him just standing there, expressionless like before. But all I saw was darkness. A chill ran down my spine as I turned the corner, knowing I'd have to make my way back to that gas station soon. And now, soon is now. I just really hope that nothing or no one is waiting for me. I used to work at a pub that was 2 miles from my house. My shift ended at about 11 one night. I stayed for a couple of drinks and then started walking home. Now, this had been an exceptional night for me, tip-wise, and I had close to $400 in cash on me at the time. Between the pub and my house was exactly one streetlight, about a quarter mile from the pub. The rest of the walk was in complete darkness. This was a dark night, too. It was close to the new moon and cloudy to boot, so it was almost pitch black. And I live out in the boonies, so there isn't even much light pollution to help out. Not long after I leave the pub, a car slowly drives by me. About a quarter mile down the road, the car slows to a stop, and it just sits there. I stop walking and watch the car. It sits for a few minutes, then slowly drives away. A couple of minutes later, the same car comes slowly driving back by me in the opposite lane. It gets by me, drives a bit down the road, and slows to a stop again. And then it does a U-turn, starts creeping back down the road towards me with the lights off. At this point, I'm fucking terrified. I didn't have a cell phone at the time. There's no one around to see what's going on. The car is between me and the pub, so I can't get back to the pub safely. My house is still about 1.5 miles away. No way I can quickly escape there. I quickly run off the road into the woods, duck down behind a bush. I watch for the car, but it's too dark to see it with its lights off, and the bushes and tree undergrowth between me and the road doesn't help. I sit there for about 10 minutes. I don't see or hear anything. I'm about to make my way back to the road when I hear car doors closing. Now I'm really panicking. It feels like my chest is about to explode. The hairs on the back of my neck are standing up. I keep imagining someone sneaking up behind me. I stay hidden. Hope to God whoever it is doesn't find me. I don't know how long I stay there, but I eventually hear the car doors again. Then, cars passing by. I give it a couple of minutes, then ease back to the road. When I see it's clear, I haul ass back to the pub, let my boss know what happened. He said then and there that I'm never to walk home alone again. Either him, his brother, or his mom would give me a lift home. When the other servers and the kitchen staff hear what happens, they say the same thing. I've never been so terrified in my life. One night I was working in our dairy cooler with another worker, when out of the corner of my eye I caught movement. I looked up and watched someone walking past the large window that looked out into the main aisle. Normally this wouldn't be an issue, but the store was closed and locked up. Plus, we were the only ones that worked the night shift. But I ask if he saw it too. He just casually says, "Yeah, someone just walked past the cooler." So I go running out to see what's going on, who it is, and why they're in the store. But no one's there. I did a whole perimeter check too. I couldn't find a single person anywhere in the store. My car was the only one in the parking lot. My coworker didn't even drive. And all the doors were still locked. Not another living person in the entire store but us. I think the funniest thing is that my coworker was never fazed by it and couldn't really care less, while I, on the other hand, was completely freaked out by it. And I've never gotten an explanation. Back when I was captain in the fire department, we responded to a house fire early in the morning. When we arrived, the roof was breached. The flames had taken out 2 windows on the second floor of a split-level home. We made entry even though the roof was breached. The thermocline was about 2 feet off the first floor. We wouldn't have gone in at all, but a child was missing, and the father and the mother had gotten out of the house, but they couldn't get to their daughter's room. The father was treated for burns on his hands and forearms as he had tried to go in after her. Suffice to say, they were frantic. They told us that her room was on the second floor, second door on the right. Simple enough. We made entry, and the stairs faced the door. Rapid bursts from the TFT to the ceiling brought the smoke level up to about 4 feet from the floor. That's when my handline man and I saw something that neither of us could explain. I saw motion to the left, down on the main floor. Someone was walking around downstairs. I pointed to my handline man and he saw it too. We couldn't see a body as the person was in the smoke, but we could see the legs and the feet clearly. It looked to be a man wearing olive green trousers and leather shoes. I wouldn't say that the legs were dancing, but they were certainly moving in a way that got our attention. We redirect back down the stairs and see the legs go into the door on the right side of the small hallway. We both saw the legs go into that room. We get down the hallway and the door is closed. Feeling the door, there weren't flames behind it, and we made entry to discover that we were in the bathroom. The light was on, and curled up in the bathtub was the little girl. There was no one else in the room with her. We broke out the window and got her to a second crew keeping the house next door from catching fire. We looked around the bathroom again and we couldn't find the man that we'd both seen going into the bathroom. There was nowhere for him to hide in there. We withdrew from the house and did exposure control as the house was a complete loss. With the fire already ingressing into the living room, the parents had gone with their daughter to the hospital where she was checked and cleared to go later that morning. The man suffered only first and small second-degree burns on his hands and forearms. The family stopped by the station, wanted to thank us for saving their daughter. They asked us how we knew to check the first floor bathroom, and I asked them if they knew anything about a man in olive green trousers and leather shoes. The man pulled out his phone. After a minute of thinking, he showed us a picture of 2 old men standing in a lawn. One of the men was clearly wearing olive green trousers and those leather shoes. The man we had seen on the first floor had passed away in 1976, and was the man's father. The little girl's grandfather had shown us where she was. We were all pretty speechless. It's the only time I've ever seen a ghost during a response. They tell you to leave the job at the station. Don't bring it home. Don't let it fester. I used to think that I was good at that, compartmentalizing, shutting the door on the flames once the hoses were rolled up and the sirens were silent. But lately, the door feels like it's been left ajar. Several months ago, I started having dreams, always the same. Me running through a maze of fire, heat pressing in from all sides, and this screaming. It's not the panicked cry of someone who knows help is on the way. It's hopeless, like she knows no one's coming. I always wake up drenched in sweat, gasping for air. I never told anyone about the dreams. What's the point? Everyone at the station has their own ghosts. That night, we got the call just past 11 p.m. The old Hargrave Theater was on fire. It had been empty for years, falling apart brick by brick, but someone must have broken in and started the fire. Arson wasn't uncommon in places like that. Kids, homeless people, and some thrill seeker lighting up history just for fun. We rolled up to the wall of flames. The fire was eating its way through the structure like it had a grudge. My lieutenant was barking orders and we got to work. I'd done this 1,000 times before, but something about that night felt off. The fire didn't behave the way fires usually do. It flared up in strange places, burned hotter in some sections than others, like it had a mind of its own. I chalked it up to the building's age. Decaying wood and debris can do that, but it gnawed at me. I was part of the search and rescue team, sweeping the inside for anyone who might have been trapped. The theater was a labyrinth of narrow corridors, rotting seats, and crumbling walls. I was moving fast, clearing each section with precision, but as I pushed deeper, something pulled at my memory. It was the layout. I'd never been in that building before, but I knew where to go. I turned down a hallway without thinking, opened a door that led to a narrow staircase that I couldn't possibly have known existed. In the basement, the smoke was thick, choking, and my flashlight caught flashes of what was left: rusted metal chairs, splintered wooden beams, and a pile of rubble in the corner. And that's when I saw it. A metal box, half buried under charred debris. I don't know why I grabbed it. Something about it felt important. I shoved it into my turncoat and I kept moving. Then I heard it. The scream. It was faint, muffled, but unmistakable. A woman's voice full of terror, coming from somewhere within the basement. I froze. I'd heard the screams before, but this one cut through me like a knife. I shouted, "Fire department, call out!" But there was no answer. I should have stayed and searched. God knows I wanted to, but the ceiling groaned above me. My radio crackled with an order to pull out. The fire was spreading too fast. I ran, the scream echoing in my ears as the floor gave way behind me. We lost one of ours that night, Scott. He'd been on the roof when it collapsed. A good man, gone in an instant. We all took it hard, but I just still couldn't shake the scream. Back at the station, I pulled out the metal box. Inside was a charred journal, its edges brittle and blackened, the handwriting faded but legible enough. It belonged to William Hargrave, the theater's original owner. The entries started innocently, grand plans for the theater, dreams of stardom. But as I read on, the tone darkened. He wrote about an actress, young and ambitious, who threatened to expose him for something he'd done. He didn't name her, but it was clear she had leverage. The final entries were frantic, almost incoherent. He talked about fire as if it were alive, a punishment he couldn't escape. Then the entries stopped. I couldn't stop thinking about her, the actress, the one who disappeared. I started digging into the theater's history, asking questions that seemed to make people uncomfortable. The fire in 1947 that killed several performers was ruled an accident, but there were whispers. Witnesses said that they heard screams in the basement that night, but no bodies were found down there. One night, I visited the ruins. The building was standing just barely. I found the basement again. The air was heavy and stifling, even though the fire was long gone. You know the smell. I stared at the rubble in the corner, and I felt it. Pressure in my chest like someone was screaming without making a sound. I reported everything I found to the authorities. I told them to check the basement for remains, for evidence of what really happened. They said they'd look into it. They didn't. A week later, the theater was torn down. The dreams, they haven't exactly stopped. In fact, sometimes they're worse. The screams are louder, and I can't help but wonder if I left her behind, whoever she was. Maybe she was just a figment of my imagination or a trick of the smoke and my own exhaustion. Maybe she was real, and I'll just never know her name. They tell you to leave the job at the station, but some fires follow you home. Back in the 70s and 80s, it wasn't uncommon for highway patrol officers or state troopers to have CB radios. In fact, almost every truck on the road had one. It was a different time, where communication over the airwaves was key to keeping the roads safe. By 1980, I was running night shifts for a trucking company out of California, driving from one terminal to another on a scheduled route, 5 nights a week. There were plenty of other drivers doing the same thing, and over time, you got to know each other pretty well. We'd chat on the radio, share road conditions, or just pass the time on those long stretches of highway. One particular night, I was cruising along when I noticed a California Highway Patrol CHP car out in the fast lane with its lights flashing. It struck me as odd since I hadn't seen any speeders blow past me recently. Curiosity got the better of me, so I picked up the mic and asked, "Hey, officer, you got a radio?" To my surprise, he responded, "Yes, I do. In fact, I was just about to call you. I wonder if you and your buddies could do us a favor. There's a bad wreck up ahead, about 3 miles with lane blockage and injuries. We could really use a traffic break." "Absolutely," I replied without hesitation. "Where do you need traffic to stop?" He mentioned an overpass about 2 miles down the road. Medi-flight's on the way to pick up one of the injured, but they need some space to land safely. "Got it," I said. Then I called out to 2 other drivers that I knew were close by. "Hey, Jake, Tim, you guys still behind me?" Both of them confirmed that they were. "Come on up here beside me, and let's start slowing traffic down." I was running in the right-hand lane, so Jake pulled his rig up beside mine in the middle lane, while Tim took the far left. The 3 of us started to gradually back down our speed, keeping it nice and smooth. The CH officer stayed about a 1/4 mile ahead of us, guiding the traffic from the middle lane of the 3-lane freeway. As I glanced in my mirrors, I saw the glow of 4-way flashers lighting up the highway behind us. Slowly but surely, we brought everything to a halt right under the overpass. The CHP car came to a stop, parked sideways across the highway in front of us, as the helicopter descended to the scene of the crash. We all climbed out of our trucks, the cool night air hitting our faces as we gathered around waiting. The helicopter took off after a few tense minutes, and soon enough, the wreck was cleared from the road. The CHP officer walked over, his expression a mix of gratitude and exhaustion. "We'll be ready to roll in just a few minutes. I really appreciate what you guys did back there." We nodded, and after he got back into his car, we turned to our trucks. A short while later, he called over the radio. "Okay, let's move. Stick to the middle lane until the sweepers finish up. Thanks again." As we passed the crash site, the officers waved from the shoulder, and we waved back, glad to have helped in some small way. Another night, we found ourselves boxing in a drunk driver. We slow-walked him to the freeway, staying on his tail and flanking him on both sides until a base station was able to call the CHP. The officer got out there quickly, took the guy off the road before he could hurt anyone. I, along with several other people that I've worked with, have had unexplained experiences. One in particular sticks in my mind. One afternoon, we had an old couple in a nicer neighborhood die. It was a murder-suicide. The husband had terminal cancer, and the wife was bad off with dementia. He laid her down on some plastic in the living room and shot her and then himself. He left a note, but it was kind of rambling and hard to make anything out of it. Several months and a cleanup later, a young couple bought the house at a really cheap price. It had sat on the market for about 9 months, so they came in low and got the house. About 3 weeks later, the wife called in the middle of the night, saying that someone was in the house upstairs. We all show up, clear the house, and find nothing. Both parents and both children all said the same story. They saw a dark figure walk from the hallway into a room. The same thing happened every night for the rest of the week. It got to the point where the entire family wouldn't go upstairs, and the lights stayed on 24/7. Eventually, the family got tired of living in fear, so they went to stay with the family for a bit. They asked that we keep an eye on the house, which in all honesty, we'd already been doing because who wouldn't want to see a ghost, right? They gave us access to their house, permission to enter if necessary. Late one night, I was driving by, hopped out of my car to check on things, when I saw someone walk by the upstairs window, and then the light in that room turned off. I called up my partner, and we made entry into the house. The feeling inside was awful. You knew something wasn't right. The air just felt depressed. Kind of like the feeling you get at a funeral home, but times 10. We searched downstairs and made sure that nobody could come in or out. We weren't real happy about going upstairs, but it was our job, so we did it. Let me tell you, upstairs felt disgusting and oppressive. Imagine how it feels when you're in a swimming pool. You try to run or move quickly through the water, but it's really restrictive, so you can't. That's the best way to describe the feeling. All of a sudden, the same room whose light I saw turn off, turned back on. Creepy. We went into the room and nothing. As a matter of fact, not a single person was in the whole house. This was years before body cameras were a thing, so a lot of us made it a common practice to carry pocket-sized digital recorders in our pockets to protect ourselves and offer as evidence should we need to. On reviewing our recording, we could hear talking that wasn't either my partner or I. Our voices were easily discernible, and the other voice definitely wasn't ours. Nor was it really loud enough or clear enough to make out what it was saying, but it was obvious that it was there. It would have been like if someone was in another room talking, and you could pick up the conversation, but couldn't make out the words. Neither of us heard the talking when we were there in person. Made your hair stand on end, gave you chills to hear it. To this day, it vividly stands out in my mind, even though that was very early on in my career. I was a home health nurse for many years. When we had to see a new patient, we had a ridiculous amount of information to gather. Thankfully, the company gave us new laptops, so it wasn't so bad. This particular patient needed wound care on his foot and IV therapy. When I finally found his house, I pulled into his driveway, sat there for a few minutes. I had that feeling like someone was watching me. I sat there for a couple minutes thinking that I didn't want to go into his house. But I gathered my stuff and went to the door. My patient answered the door and let me in. It was a ranch home with an open concept kitchen, living room, and dining room. My patient was barefoot except his wound dressing. He went into the kitchen to wash his hands as I set up my computer and things at the dining table. I sat with my back to the living room. As I was starting up my laptop, I heard someone in heavy shoes walk down the hallway across the hardwood floors from the bedroom and then stop behind me. I had the feeling that they were standing directly behind me. I turned around to introduce myself, but no one was there. I turned around the other way and still saw no one. I looked around to see if there was a doorway that I hadn't seen. I started to feel like, what the fuck? I know someone was there. I could feel it. My patient was watching me and chuckling. He said, "What's the matter?" I said, "Oh, nothing. I thought I heard someone walk up behind me." He still had a grin on his face and he asked me, "Are you a sensitive?" I said, "Well, kind of. Why?" He said, "Do ghosts bother you? If they do, you don't have to do this." I politely said, "No, I'm okay. Why?" All the while, my patient is still grinning. He said, "We have a ghost. You don't have to be scared. He's friendly, but he does like to screw with people." He also was into computers, so he might be wanting to see what you're doing. He's kind of protective, but I think he'll be okay with you. He's a friend of mine. I rented this place off of him and his wife. He was into construction and was always over here fixing things and hanging out with me. We had a problem with the roof. He was up there 2 years ago fixing it. He'd been up and down ladders all of his life. We don't know what happened, but he lost his balance, getting off the roof onto the ladder, and fell head first onto the driveway. We called 911 and did what we could. They life-flighted him, but they said he was gone when they landed. They kept him on life support until family came into town. I don't think he knows he's dead because he never left. He's still here. We hear him walking around on the roof, in the basement, or in the house. Things move. Tools go missing. He had his heavy work boots on. You can hear him walking real easy. He always said that he wanted to die with his boots on, and he did. While he was talking, I had the strongest feeling of someone in my face, like looking over my shoulder at my computer. I told him this, and he said he was probably just wanting to check out the laptop, see what I was doing. I shrugged my shoulders and said, "Okay, well, let's do this." I was kind of intrigued, so I figured that I would just treat him like any other family member. I could feel him next to me, so strongly. I turned to where I could feel him and introduced myself, explained my laptop and what I was going to do. As soon as I turned my attention to my patient, it felt like someone kicked my chair on the leg, so hard that it shifted a few inches. My patient laughed and said, "I told you he screws with people." This continued through the whole visit. I never felt threatened during this, but it's not something I wanted to do again. That was the last time I saw that patient. As a firefighter, I've been in a lot of fires, saved a lot of lives. I've even had my own life saved while on the job. But one that sticks with me for different reasons is the one that I'm going to share today. It was a first alarm fire turned two-alarm blaze in the heart of downtown, a dilapidated apartment building, all dry wood and tight spaces. By the time we arrived, the top floors were fully engulfed. It was clear that this was a 3-alarm. We went in fast. People were screaming from their windows, still trapped on upper floors. The radios buzzed with chaos. My team and I worked methodically, clearing each unit in the apartments. And that's when I found him. He was slumped in a corner on a 3rd-floor apartment, unconscious, smoke curling around him like a shroud. The heat was unbearable, the walls groaning under the strain of the fire. I didn't have time to think. I just grabbed him, hauled him over my shoulder, and carried him down 3 flights of stairs, barely making it out before the building collapsed. Outside, I laid him on the pavement, and the paramedics took over as I caught my breath. My adrenaline was still surging as I watched them work to stabilize him. I didn't think much of it at the time, just another life saved, another person who got lucky. A week later, though, I saw his face on the news. He wasn't just some unlucky tenant. He was a wanted man, a fugitive who'd been on the run for years. The news anchors called him a drifter killer. He'd been moving from town to town, targeting people who lived on the margins. Runaways, sex workers, the homeless. 12 victims confirmed. Maybe more. It hit me like a punch to the gut. I'd saved a killer. That was a first for me. But just as far as I'd known, you know? You don't usually get to follow up with the people you save. It's just your job to save them. The arrest made headlines. The fire had forced him out of hiding, and my rescue brought him straight into the hands of the police. At first, I wrestled with the irony. The job I'd sworn to do, saving lives without judgment or hesitation, had also meant saving a man who'd stolen so many lives himself. The trial was a media circus. The man I'd saved sat stone-faced as his gruesome crimes were laid bare. The methods he used, the stories of his victims, and the families he'd destroyed. He pled not guilty, but the evidence was overwhelming. DNA, fingerprints, even an online journal where he'd kept notes about his victims. I was subpoenaed to testify, not about the crimes, but about the night of the fire. The defense tried to paint him as a victim of circumstance, a desperate man who'd been caught in a tragic accident. They asked me if I'd seen him trying to escape the flames or heard him call for help. I told the truth. He was unconscious when I found him, and I didn't know who he was until after I'd pulled him out, days later. And that was it. My testimony didn't absolve him, but it didn't really incriminate him either. After the trial, people asked me if I regretted saving him. Friends, colleagues, even strangers wanted to know if I'd wished I'd just left him there to burn. I always gave them the same answer. No. My job isn't to judge. It's to save. I've saved hundreds of lives in my career. Children, the elderly, addicts, abusers, people who'd made bad choices, and people who'd just had bad luck. I don't get to decide whose life is worth more than another's. That's not my role. It never will be. The man was sentenced to life without parole, and they moved him to a maximum security prison a few states away. I don't think about him much anymore, but every so often, I'll see his face in my mind. Pale, smoke-streaked, lifeless when I found him. And I can hear my captain yelling, "Get him out, Dylan. The ceiling's coming down." And I did. I got him out, just like I was trained to do. Would I do it again? Yes, every time. I was on patrol behind a strip mall when a call came over about someone being attacked in the front parking lot of a bar in front of that very mall. I drove around to the front in seconds, knowing that backup was minutes away. As I pulled up, one man had a long iron pole in his hands. It was raised up as if he was ready to strike another man on the ground with it. The other was looking up at him with his hands up, apparently defensively. This was before tasers, and there was a huge crowd surrounding this tableau. So, even though this looked like a deadly force situation, I decided not to draw my gun. I literally walked right up to them, and using my voice of command, I told them to drop the pole. The man holding the pole started to say something, but I told him again in a tone of voice that could not be mistaken or argued with, that he needed to drop it. And he dropped it. I kicked the pole out of reach, under a car, and stood myself directly between these two men when just moments ago it appeared that one was ready to kill the other. I told both of them to say nothing and to stay still until the other officers began to arrive. From a purely tactical standpoint, it was probably the stupidest move I ever made. I knew nothing about these two men, or why they appeared to be ready to kill each other. I had no idea who in the crowd was on which side, if either, and here I was standing arm's length from both of them, dominating and controlling a potential deadly force situation, with nothing more than a fearless officer presence. As it turned out, I'd done exactly the right thing. Although I would have been justified in shooting the man with the pole if I could have done so without putting anyone else in the crowd at risk, what was discovered after interviewing the two men and witnesses in the crowd, the man holding the pole was the bar's bouncer. The man on the ground had been kicked out of the bar earlier and was not happy about it. He tore down a street sign for the iron pole that he'd been holding up, and he waited to ambush the bouncer with it at closing time. As it happened, the bouncer had just managed to grab and pull the pole away from the man, hold it away with enough force that it was over his head at the moment I arrived. The man on the ground, of course, had his hands raised as the pole had just been pulled out of them by the bouncer. If I'd used my gun, I would have shot the bouncer, who was defending himself from the attacker. I'd arrived at just the right moment when everything appeared exactly the opposite. I took command of a potentially deadly situation with no backup and without using a weapon, and as a result, wound up not shooting the wrong person. This is the most memorable moment of my career. This is the reality of police work. Split-second life or death decisions made with minimal information and putting ourselves in imminent danger to minimize the risk to onlookers and others on the scene. This was good police work. As a paramedic attached to a fire hall, I've seen a lot of things that no human being should see. Some of the worst were when the ice comes off the river and you go fishing for bodies on the banks. This call was to a multi-vehicle accident. When we got to the scene, it was two dump trucks that had rear-ended each other. Simple enough case for me. There was some pretty significant damage done to the truck that had been in the rear. The driver had smacked his head against the windshield, so we went into brain injury and concussion protocols. As I'm holding his C collar, waiting for the backboard, I hear someone saying, "Help, help." I looked at the driver, who was semi-conscious, and asked him who else was in the truck with him. "No one," was the answer, but he asked about the other car. I assumed he meant the driver of the truck, and I explained that he would be okay. Then, in very broken English, he spoke Farsi, I learned after. He asked again about the car that he had hit, a small blue car, right in front of him, between the trucks. Alarms went off in my head, and I leaned out the window, screaming that we had another victim. Everyone ran up to me asking if the victim was in the truck. I repeated what the driver told me and heard a lot of "no way" and "you must have heard it wrong." Our battalion chief walked over and he spotted the slightest bit of blue that didn't match the blue on the truck. It was then that we realized this guy was telling the truth. We needed the jaws, a tow truck, and some saws. As I powered through the fiberglass hood of the truck and I reached the engine compartment, we could see the back end of this car underneath the trucks, and then wedged under the front truck above the axle. Then all of us heard the soft, "Help, help," and we went into action. Parts of the truck were flying in every direction, still not fast enough. We pulled the front truck, hoping it would pull the car with it and we could get at it. All it did was pull the car apart. We had stopped hearing the cries for help, so we moved faster. After the car was pulled into two, I saw an access point through the windshield of the car, which was smashed all to shit, and the roofline collapsed. I needed the grill cut off the truck, and I heard a rush of men and the sound of tools, and the rest of us screaming over it, saying, "Hang on, we'll be right in there." Once the grill was removed, I snaked my way down through the windshield on the passenger side. In my mind, I was thinking that no one could have survived this, but the sounds of help I had heard earlier drove me forward. Nothing in the front seat except the driver's leg, which was still smashing the brake. I saw nothing in the passenger side, so I began to cut into the seat around the springs. All I needed was enough to put my head through, just so I could reassure whoever was in the back seat and hurting that we knew that they were there and we were coming. As I popped through the seat, I wasn't expecting what I saw. Quivering in the small space between the roof and the car and the back seat was a small little black lab puppy. It ran over to me, began licking my face excitedly. I pulled my head back through the seat, stuck my arms in, and began calling for the pup to come to my arms. Eventually, I was able to grab the puppy and pull him out. All of us were still wondering where the help came from, as dogs don't speak, and the driver was dead on impact. Her entire upper body had been sheared off mid-chest. We were all puzzled over that help. Some of us saying the driver was saying help from her upper torso in the truck box. Gory thought, but the human body does weird things. The other favorite theory is that I, and then we, had heard the radio playing. And when we pulled everything apart, we pulled the radio and its power source, the car battery. And that's why the voices stopped. I guess it's the only thing that makes logical sense. Just a little side story. I kept that black lab after she spent her required amount of time in a shelter. She's now a happy, healthy 7-year-old dog whose name is Karma. I've shared my craziest experiences as a firefighter before, but my creepiest, well, I start to think of slightly different call types. One of the ones that stands out was when we were called to do what we call a welfare check. These typically occur when someone is concerned about a family member or a friend who hasn't been answering their phone, or a knock on their door, or perhaps didn't show up for work. We arrived on this welfare check and found a woman with a small child in the driveway. She identified herself as the occupant's daughter-in-law. She'd been trying to reach her husband's mother for a couple of days on the phone, and she wasn't answering. She explained that this was out of the norm and that the woman had health problems and never left the house. We easily popped open the door and entered the house. The TV was on, and in front of it sat an elderly woman, slumped over, quite dead and cold. She'd probably been dead for 12 hours or so. So we started running through the protocol. This included calling the local police department as well as the coroner. We stood in the kitchen talking with the daughter-in-law, getting the patient's name and history, and trying to find out if there was anyone else we should call. As we're talking, I realized that the child she'd had with her in the driveway had entered the house as well. It was a boy, maybe 3 years old. He walked into the living room and was trying to talk to his grandma. He says to Mom, "Grandma's sleeping." He proceeds to sit down on the floor at Grandma's feet and is playing with toys, running his car onto her foot and saying, "Grandma, wake up and play with me." That was sort of sad and creepy at the same time. I wanted to ask Mom to pull him away from her, but he didn't seem disturbed in the least, and suddenly yanking him away from his grandma and keeping him away might scare him. As far as he was concerned, Grandma was just taking a nap. Why not leave it that way? There is a sort of light-hearted ending to this that still makes me chuckle when I think of it. A few minutes later, I see a car pull into the driveway and screech to a halt. An elderly man gets out and heads for the door. The daughter-in-law says, "Oh shit, it's her husband. He doesn't know what's going on." As he comes running into the kitchen and yelling, "What's wrong? What's going on?" I gave him my well-practiced speech. "I'm sorry, sir. Your wife appears to have died several hours ago. I'm afraid there's nothing we can do." He looked at me and replies, "Well, damn it. What am I supposed to do with these drugs from the pharmacy I just got for her?" He holds up the bag. "They cost me $200. I was so stunned I just stood there for a few seconds and said nothing. You're probably thinking, world's biggest asshole, right? It turned out that he and his wife had been separated for something like 10 or 12 years, but since she was in poor health, he had been helping out by picking up groceries and medications from the pharmacy. He said, 'Let me get you boys a cup of coffee.' So that was the scene. Sitting at the kitchen table, my partner and I were drinking a cup of coffee with the widower and the daughter-in-law, while Grandma sat slumped over, dead, in front of the TV, with her grandson playing with toys around her feet, waiting for the damned coroner to show up. It was surreal enough for a Salvador Dali painting." I was a paramedic in the 90s. We had a park where violent crimes weren't exactly a rarity. We were going out there at least once a month, if not more. Most of the calls were roughed-up mugging victims, with a few stabbings. Gunshots were rare. One night we were told that someone called to report gunshots and screaming. We had to park behind the police while they cleared the scene. Eventually, dispatch sent us away. Nothing was found. We weren't back at the station for 20 minutes before the next call came in. Same deal, shots and screams. We waited behind the police cruisers, and again, they found nothing. But this time, I talked to one of my cop buddies before we left. She said that they didn't find traces of any activity, let alone a shooting. Even the canines turned up nothing. Both calls came from a payphone in the park, so someone had to have been there. This time, they were all leaving their patrol cars across the street, in view of the phones, to see if anyone returned. We stopped for food on the way to the station, and again, we got the same call a few minutes after getting back. Same deal, only with a bit more head-scratching. The third call also came from the payphone, and the officer on watch didn't see or hear a thing. He swore no one had been to that phone. To make things even weirder, a couple other cops showed up talking about a shooting that they got called there for a few weeks prior. A high school kid was cutting through the park. 2 guys had jumped him. He fought back and ended up getting shot. He was already dead when help arrived. That in itself wasn't too weird, but the call to 911 was. The caller said that there had been a shooting, and the shooters ran off. They even described what the guys were wearing. They stayed on the phone until police arrived, but then police never saw the caller. It was assumed that he ran off, might have been the shooter himself. They tried to find him. When the victim's parents listened to the 911 recording, they swore that it was their son, no doubt in their mind. Several friends and family members went on to listen to it, and they all were equally as certain it was the victim. But that makes no sense. Why wouldn't he say that he was shot? That aside, it would have been impossible for him to call anyway. The bullet hit his heart. He would have died before he reached the phone. Now, here we were getting these ghost calls from another young male about another shooting. My whole crew was low-key spooked and ready to leave. We were all on edge back at the station, but we didn't get another call to the park that night. A couple of months went by, and a paramedic from the second shift called to tell me about a possible shooting at the park. He had the same story. They went 4 times that night. Each time was the same. He'd also heard about the boy who was killed and the ghost calls from my shift. There was just no explanation for it. I never really believed in ghosts, but this whole thing made me wonder. I guess I still wonder. It's a hard thing to believe if you're not naturally inclined towards such things. Later that year, I moved away with my fiancé, but I kept in touch with my old crew. On the anniversary of that kid's death, there were 3 more calls. Everyone knew the rumors by then, but they still had to go check it out. Once again, they found nothing and no one. And that was the last time I ever heard about it happening. I'm sure the payphone is long gone by now anyway. Whatever the explanation behind it, whether it's logical or supernatural or whatever word you want to use, I hope that boy is at peace. I've been a firefighter for nearly 15 years, and I've seen my fair share of things that would make most people never sleep again. But nothing, not even the worst infernos I've ever faced, could prepare me for what happened on this night. The call came in around 2 a.m. An old warehouse in the industrial district was ablaze. By the time we arrived, the fire had already consumed most of the structure. Captain split us into 2 teams to search for any squatters who might have been trapped inside. I was paired with Martinez, but as we made our way through the thick smoke, a beam collapsed between us, cutting me off. I radioed in, but the static drowned out any response. Somehow, my radio was busted. I tried doubling back, but the fire had grown way too intense. The air was scorching. My visibility was practically 0. I knew that I was in trouble. Then, through the roar of flames, I heard a voice. "Over here." It was faint but insistent, cutting through the chaos like my actual lifeline. I turned and I saw a figure in turnout gear just ahead of me, illuminated by the flickering fire. Thank God. I was stumbling towards them, telling them, "I'm stuck, lead me out." The figure didn't respond, but motioned for me to follow. I didn't question it, I was too focused on surviving. We weaved through the maze of debris, ducking under falling beams, skirting walls of flames. I kept calling out, trying to get a name or confirmation of who it was, but they stayed silent. Finally, we reached a clear exit. The figure stopped, turned to look at me, and then simply walked into the smoke, disappearing. I stumbled out into the cold night air, half expecting to see the figure that had led me to safety. I was coughing and gasping as my team rushed over. "Jesus, we thought we lost you," Martinez said to me, grabbing my shoulder. He asked, "Where the hell were you?" "I got separated," I said. "One of you guys found me and led me out." The team exchanged confused glances. My captain stepped forward. "I don't know what you're talking about. We've all been outside. No one went back in after the collapse." I froze and my mind was racing, replaying every step, every detail. I was certain that I'd followed someone. The turnout gear, the voice, it was all real, wasn't it? Later that night, as I lay awake in the station bunk, I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd been saved by something or someone not of this world. I don't know if it was a ghost, a guardian angel, or something else entirely. I don't think I'll ever know. What I do know is I shouldn't have made it out of that fire alive, but I did. And it wasn't by my own doing. I used to work at a bowling alley, a real relic of a bygone era. Creaky floors and the faint smell of stale popcorn embedded in its walls. The place always had a strange vibe at night, especially when I was the one closing up. I never paid too much attention to it, at least not until one night. It was late, just past midnight. The last customers had long gone. I hadn't even had a chance to turn my music on yet, so the eerie silence seemed to echo off the polished lanes. I went through my usual routine, locking the doors, shutting off the arcade games, and finally flipping the switch to turn off the overhead lights. The place fell into near darkness, save for the faint glow of the exit signs. I was just about to grab my keys and head out when I heard it. The unmistakable hum of a lane powering on. My stomach tightened. There was no mistaking that sound. The sound was distinct, followed by the mechanical clatter of the pin setter coming to life. I turned around, and sure enough, one of the lanes at the far end was lit up like it was ready for a game. The thing is, the lanes don't turn on by themselves. Each one has a manual switch hidden behind a curtain in the back. I stared at the glowing lane for a moment, half expecting to see someone step out of the shadows, but the place was empty, or so I thought. Swallowing the lump in my throat, I flipped the main lights back on, and I started walking down the aisle towards the back. The air felt heavier every time I took a step, like the silence was kind of pressing down on me. I reached the curtain. I was about to step through it when the lane shut off just as suddenly as it had come on. The silence that followed was suffocating. For a moment I just stood there, staring at the now dark lane, trying to make sense of what had just happened. A chill ran down my spine, and I couldn't shake the feeling that something else was there. But still, I tried to rationalize it. Maybe a power surge, maybe a malfunction. But deep down, I knew that wasn't it. I considered going behind the lanes to check the switches, but something about the oppressive stillness made me hesitate, and I guess I've always learned to trust my gut. It was like the darkness beyond the curtain was waiting for me, and not in a good way. The next day, I told my boss what had happened. He laughed it off, dismissing it as a figment of my imagination. No cameras, no proof, he said. I could tell that he thought I was just tired, maybe looking for an excuse to leave early, but it didn't stop there. A week later, while closing up again, I heard the faint thud of a ball rolling down a lane. The sound sent a jolt of fear through me, and I spun around to see a single ball sitting in the gutter of the same lane that had turned on before. Only this time, I knew I hadn't left any equipment out. I didn't stick around to investigate. I grabbed my stuff and I left as fast as I could, locking the doors behind me. To this day, I wonder what would have happened if I'd gone behind the curtain. And sometimes, late at night, I would think about the bowling alley, about the strange energy and how it felt, not being alone. I would wonder about the things that went on when no one was around, and I couldn't help but wonder if something or someone was actually trying to get my attention, or worse, trying to lure me into something. I happened to be driving back home in the country region of my home state when I came across an accident that had possibly happened within the last 15 minutes. There was another car parked nearby, so I assumed that they had stopped to help as well. But as I checked the site to triage the victims, I couldn't see anyone else who was checking victims. I had already called for an ambulance and police, and they arrived almost together. I told the cops that there was 1 fatality and 3 injured, and he said that the ambulance guys went to get the injured out first. As I was helping them extract 1 injured girl from her car, I noticed the door was open on the front passenger side, but no one was in the seat. The seatbelt had been cut away. I looked to see if there was a trail, and I could see traces of blood heading away from the car. I told one of the cops, and we started to follow the trail. As we ran along, we could hear a girl crying out, so we knew she was injured. She'd probably run away in shock. We finally broke through the bushes into a small clearing and stopped. We couldn't believe what was happening. There were 2 men with her, and they were trying to get her clothes off. But she still had enough strength to resist them. As the cop called out for them to stop, I ran forward and punched the person nearest to me with a very hard punch to the side of his head. He went down and didn't move as I turned to the second one, but the cop had already had him and was calling for backup. As he went to get the one that I'd punched, I asked him if I could get a minute alone with the other one, who was now in handcuffs. He looked at me with a real serious look, told me that he could do in 15 seconds with his truncheon what I could do with him in a minute. I left it to him and went to the girl who was shivering and sobbing in shock. I gave her my jacket to wear. Other cops arrived and grabbed the two men and dragged them away. I stayed with the girl until the paramedics arrived. As I made my way back to the accident site, I could hear the satisfying sound of the two men crying out. This is probably my spookiest story from the road, and to this day I still have no idea what the fuck I saw. So I was in the Virginia, Maryland area, and I had a lot of work-related sites ranging from downtown Baltimore to Virginia Beach and all around. Friday wrapped up and I hit the road to some social arrangements that I'd made for the weekend. I spent the weekend with friends out in various parts of Virginia, got dragged off to other places even further out, the usual weekend fun times. It's late Sunday when I have to leave, or I'm not going to be able to get home in time to start my thankfully late afternoon Monday. I'm fully rested. I didn't do any drinking. I'm not into drugs. I'm on the highway at about 3 a.m. in the middle of bumfuck nowhere, between Roanoke and D.C. Absolutely nobody is around. I'm cruising along in the left lane simply because nobody else is around. No headlights for the past hour. No taillights either. No road lamps. It's dark. It's mildly damp. It's foggy. I have the music up. I'm feeling good. All is fine. And then I just happen to look to the left, and there's a fucking dog barking at me. A German Shepherd in a car passenger seat. Somewhat blue glow from the instruments inside the car, and it's got its face to the window, and it's barking its head off at me. I got a good hard look at it too, because at first my brain is not registering cop car dummy. I'm doing 90 in a 75. I promptly have an oh shit moment when the dog, the instruments, the white Crown Vic light bar all click in my brain after a second hard look. I put my foot on the brakes and I start slowing down hard but safe to pull over. I even put my blinker on to start shifting lanes over to the right to pull over because, wait, there's no shoulder on the left side of this road. I look back to my left where there's still no shoulder or room for another car, and it's just gone. No trace. I slammed my brakes and stopped in the middle of the fucking highway. Flipped on all my light bars. I even looked around with my handheld spot. There was nothing. No tail lights, no headlights, no engine sounds, nothing. There are no other tire marks in the damp but mine, and I can see for a nice long distance both ways too. Nothing. My vehicle had great visibility and a lot of extra lighting. There's no possible way someone pulled a sneaky, let alone drove that fast on wet sloped grass and rocks on my left side. So, there you have it. Ghost cop and his dog didn't like me speeding, apparently. I was a medic, off duty at the time, in California, and a car had rear-ended a large truck carrying a load of large metal pipes used for water and storm drainage. Seeing no ambulances in sight, only police, I drove along the emergency lane. I told a police officer that I was a medic, and I showed him my badge. The people in the vehicle were definitely dead. In fact, you couldn't even see their heads. I still checked as best I could to find a pulse. It was procedure, but of course, there was none. Moving on, I helped others who had been hurt in the pileup. Ambulances had finally arrived, and I was about to leave. Yet I noticed several puzzled-looking police officers looking under the tarp that they had placed over the dead bodies in the car, and they were looking around it, under it, everywhere. Curious, I went over and asked what they were doing. They said that they were looking for the head of the driver. The passenger's head was still attached, but barely. I just stood there for a moment looking at the scene, and then it suddenly came to me. I asked the cops to move the car back. They had already had a tow truck in position at the time. I had them stop after there was enough room between the car and the truck, and I climbed onto the hood of the mangled car. Taking my flashlight out, I looked into the pipe, which had struck the driver. My hunch was right. His decapitated head was inside of the pipe and had rolled down about 10 feet. Turning to everyone who was watching me to tell them, I could see that they already knew what I found. Some actually vomited, and others looked faint. I have seen worse over the years, but this is one of those ones that you'll just never forget about. When I was a probationary constable, I was on patrol with a senior constable in South Australia. We received a noise complaint of a party in an old derelict building on the outskirts of the city. As we approached, there was a man standing, waving us down. From the car, the noise was deafening concert loud. This is a heritage-listed home built circa 1700s, and the windows were all covered by boards, and the lighting came through the cracks. The whole property had a 2-meter fence with barbed wire atop. As we could find no way in, the fire department called for help. 30 minutes later, with more backup to catch the possible squatters living in the house, everyone was in position to make entry. 3, 2, 1. Ground floor breached, officers yelling their presence. The house thrust into darkness, and no one was there. No one but us. 20 members of the emergency services, staring at each other. Most had confused looks. Next shift, I was informed that the house with the party was indeed over 100 years old and had been sealed for over 40 years after a party guest was killed, and the house was deemed unsafe as the cause of death was unknown. The house was never connected to or built for electricity, yet on that night, over 20 professional people heard loud music from the 80s, and through the cracks, saw the lighting of a modern-day disco. To this day, my friends and I still don't know what it was, and we definitely don't talk about it. But thanks for letting me share. I had a paramedic supervisor back in the 90s who had 20 years in EMS, who had a reputation for being a tough guy with a big heart. He told us a story that raised the hair on the back of my neck one day that I'll never forget. In 1981, he was an EMT for a volunteer fire department in a New Hampshire farming community. In this town lived an elderly brother and sister along with an elderly cousin on a sprawling farm. They were very well liked by the townsfolk, and they would offer a plot of their farmland to anyone for asking, with one simple rule, that no matter what they grew, they had to donate a third of their yield to the area's local food banks. This was just one of the reasons they were so beloved. As they got older, Mary, the sister, became frail with osteoporosis and was admitted to a nursing home. John, her brother, was left to look after the farm. One day, the cousin who lived nearby was unable to reach John by phone and became concerned. He went to the farm, entered the house. He discovered John in an upstairs bedroom, unconscious, suffering from a stroke. He immediately called 911. Word of trouble at the farm spread quickly, and soon the siren was blaring, notifying volunteers in the town. The town's police and ambulance raced to the farm. An ambulance from an adjoining community was also dispatched. My boss was one of the EMTs responding and was familiar with this family. When he arrived, he said he walked into the house and was told to hurry as CPR was underway. As he entered the front hall, on his left was a sitting room, and in the room he noticed an elderly woman sitting in a rocking chair, smiling back at him. He thought how happy and peaceful she looked, and was a bit odd given what was going on. He then recognized her. It was Mary, the man's sister. They got John to the ambulance and transported him to the hospital, where he was pronounced dead on arrival. As my boss was filling out his report at the nurse's station, he made a comment to one of the staff, saying how sad it was that Mary was finally well enough to go home, and then John would die like that. The staff member gave him a strange look, asked what he was talking about. My boss said how great Mary looked at the house. He was then informed that Mary passed away the day before at the nursing home and couldn't have possibly been at the farm. Thinking he mistook someone else for Mary, he asked around about who the female was at the house. There were no females during the call. All the responders were male. He then described what she was wearing, including an oversized set of pearls and a pink flowered dress. The dress was Mary's favorite. He had no doubt that the pleasant elderly woman who gave him a warm smile was indeed Mary. 2 days later, my boss and his then-girlfriend decided to attend the wake for John and Mary, a double wake and funeral, as Mary was the girlfriend's grade school teacher. As my boss walked into the funeral, he gazed over at the coffin holding Mary, and he nearly fainted. Mary was wearing her favorite pink dress with an oversized pearl necklace, exactly as she wore 2 days earlier at the farm. As a member of my agency's dive team, I was called upon to search an abandoned rock quarry during a missing person investigation. The victim had been reported missing by his wife, and a 6-month investigation by the detective assigned to the case had yielded no clues as to his whereabouts. After only 10 to 15 minutes of searching, I located the victim's vehicle at the bottom of a quarry, in about 35 feet of water. I was unable to determine whether or not the victim's body was in the vehicle. This was due to the roof of the vehicle being smashed and the vehicle being upside down. At this point, we marked the vehicle's location on the bottom with a buoy and called for a wrecker to winch the vehicle out of the water. Once the wrecker arrived on scene, we rigged the vehicle with cables, and the wrecker began to pull the vehicle out of the water. As soon as the air bubbles that had been trapped in the car reached the surface, we knew the victim was in the vehicle. The smell was absolutely horrid. I'd never in my life smelled something that horrible. I can only describe it as a combination of rotting human flesh, fish, and swamp. The detective on scene began to retch and dry heave. The wrecker driver lost his lunch, and a state trooper nearly passed out. It was that awful. Once we had the vehicle out of the water, we were met with a ghastly sight. The victim was still in the driver's seat with his seatbelt on. His body was bloated and had a green and black mottled appearance. The body was in terrible shape from its 6 months in the water. We were unable to pull the body out of the car because every time we tried, the skin slipped off the bone and tore off in chunks. After some serious thought, we decided to have the local rescue squad cut the roof and the doors off the vehicle to allow us better access to the body. We were finally able to get the victim into a body bag, mostly intact. I was able to decontaminate and shower on scene using the shower in our mobile command center. When I arrived home after leaving the scene, my wife immediately put her hand over her mouth and nose, exclaiming, "What is that awful smell?" So, once again, I showered and spent plenty of time scrubbing. This was definitely the worst smell I've ever encountered in 14 years as an emergency responder. It was determined that the victim had gone into the quarry to sit in his vehicle and smoke crack. Somehow he mistakenly hit the accelerator, sending the vehicle into the quarry, thus ending his life. I'm not exactly sure if this is paranormal, but I did have one moment that I can only explain as non-religious awe at witnessing what the soul of a person looks like. We, as EMTs and paramedics, accompany death all the time. We're present as we treat people who die in the midst of treatment, and we switch to resuscitation protocols and carry on, or we arrive on scene to find people who are clinically dead and occasionally resuscitate them to being clinically alive, sometimes even to the point of consciousness and responsiveness. But I had one patient whose death impacted me in a way that changed my life. He was assaulted in the restroom of a porn theater. He was viciously sexually assaulted, stabbed multiple times in the chest and abdomen, and several of his fingers were cut off to steal his rings. We weren't far from the hospital, so we scooped him up and took off. I was treating him en route, starting 2 large bore IVs, sealing up the pneumothorax, dressing the other wounds, etc., keeping up the professional babble, something like, "It's going to be okay. We're headed to the best trauma center in the area. You hold on now. Okay? You just keep breathing. Slow and deep. We've got this. You just hold on for me. You're doing great. Blah, blah." Suddenly, he grabbed my arm and said, "Please stop. I'm scared. I don't want to die alone. Just hold my hand, please." I'll never forget that. I was stunned. I stopped, sat on the bench, and held his hand. His eyes locked with mine, and as he took several agonal breaths, I watched his eyes change. 1 second, he was human, and then inexplicably, he was not. I know that for anyone who's seen the eyes of a dead person, you can recognize them for what they were. But I've never been consciously present with a patient in that fraction of a moment when their eyes, the windows to the soul, emptied, and that person ceased to exist. It was scary and awesome, in the true sense of the word, and a sense of horror to accompany him as he left. I simply will never find the words to express that feeling. It kind of shook me because I'd gotten into this line of work after my mom died. I was never raised with religion or any kind of faith in something bigger than us. When a person died, their body decomposed, and only memories of them kept them alive. But now I wondered, was my mom somewhere out there in the ether? Did her soul still exist somewhere? When I dreamed of her, was her presence real? So that experience changed my life, made me question so much about death and life, where one begins and the other ends. Is it paranormal? I don't know. Last year, my boss was out of town, and his wife, Janie, needed help with her food bank deliveries, so I was elected to accompany her. I didn't mind. She was an older woman, just over 5 feet tall and skinny as they come. I didn't want her to have to carry all those boxes by herself. We finished the deliveries without issue, and I offered to help with the grocery shopping while she had me. Afterwards, she stopped at the bank and needed to go inside. I waited in the car, and it was starting to take a while, so I leaned my seat back and dozed off. When I woke up, she was already pulling out of her parking space. We shared some small talk along the way, but then Janie's demeanor suddenly became very serious, and she said that an old white Ford was following us. At first, I thought she was joking or being paranoid, but the way she looked at me, it gave me chills. She may be small, but she's scarier than a grizzly wrapped in hornets. She had been watching the truck ever since leaving the bank, and we'd taken quite a few turns since then. But there's a dozen places they could be trying to reach going that way. We live in a fairly small town. It wasn't unreasonable to think that they were passing through, but Janie was sure. I wasn't too worried until they followed us onto her road. She lives 30 minutes outside of town. Lots of people go past the road, but only a few people live on it. And it wasn't one of her neighbors. Her driveway is over a mile long, so most people mistake it for another turnoff, the white truck included. Once they followed us down the drive, Janie retrieved a gun from her center console and stopped just past the first curve, forcing our stalkers to stop right behind us. The only thing she said to me was, "Call the police and don't get out of the car." I could see the two men now. They both looked like a couple of drug addicts, and their truck had definitely seen a few accidents. The pair argued between themselves for a moment before stepping out and calling over to us. The driver asked if we needed any help as he continued to move closer, but the passenger stayed close to the truck. The last thing the driver said was something about being in a hurry and needing to get by. That's when Janie stepped out and pointed her gun at him. While I continued updating the operator, she informed the men that they were in her driveway and that the road we turned off of was a dead end. The driver went stone-faced and stopped speaking while the passenger begged Janie not to shoot them. She turned her attention to the other man and ordered him to come stand next to his friend, away from their truck. In that brief moment of distraction, the driver rushed forward in an attempt to overpower Janie, and she shot him in the stomach. It was the most terrifying thing I've ever seen, and absolutely nothing like the movies. I'll hear that man scream to my dying day. The passenger didn't move, just got on his knees and held his hands up high while he apologized. He claimed that he'd wanted no part of his friend's actions, had begged him to turn back. I didn't super believe him, but hey, maybe it was true. The operator took my call much more seriously after the gunshot and screaming. The driver laid crying and bleeding on the ground until help arrived. He survived. But with all the warrants he had before this incident, he had 12 years in prison after this. His friend had less serious possession charges and spent very little time in jail. We weren't the first ones the driver had followed home. Over the weeks before, 2 other women were followed from the bank and robbed as they tried to enter their homes. The man parked just out of sight and ran back to ambush his victims once the door was unlocked. Both women had suffered broken bones in the struggle, and one was still in the hospital when we were followed. The passenger told the police the other man wouldn't have followed Janie if they had seen me in the car, but I had my seat back when we left the bank. Too bad for them, I guess. But that, my friends, is why you never mess with little old ladies in Texas. They'll shoot your ass. If that had happened to just me, I probably would have been robbed. I'm much more aware of my surroundings now. Hello, my name is Heidi. I'm a stay-at-home mother in Larchmont, New York, 23 years old. My son Malachi is 3 years old, and as his vocabulary grows, he's been able to describe more complex things in his environment and express his emotions with more context. His pediatrician says Malachi is advanced for his age. I'm sure he gets that from his dad, but unfortunately, I'm not here to brag about my smart boy. Within the last few weeks, out of nowhere, he's been having night terrors. Every night, he wakes himself up screaming. I've rushed into his room on multiple occasions to find him sitting up in bed, still asleep, screaming so loud, I've worried that his vocal cords might be permanently damaged. I have to shake him awake. He's having the same dream multiple times a week, and I don't know what to do about it, because Mommy can't protect him in dreamland. When Malachi wakes up, he tells me about how he died in a fire. He says that he's always in an office building, wearing clothes like Daddy, which I think means business attire. He says there are other people in the room, all of them sad. Some are gathered around a TV, while others are looking out the window. Malachi says he's been able to walk to both parts of the room in different dreams, and what they're watching on the TV is the same thing happening outside. There's another building next to his, and it's on fire. He sees people waving things and jumping from the windows. He can't see where they land, but he knows they're really high up. People from the floors above him are jumping too. Before the fire reaches them, the people in his room are crying. Then, an explosion shatters all the windows, injuring those who had been looking outside. Smoke and flames fill the room, and then, he says, the sky falls down. The largest fire Malachi has ever been around is our fireplace, and he's never been close enough to even feel the heat. I don't understand where this fear is coming from. I responded to a call with another unit in a fairly new neighborhood. The call was sketchy and vague and classified as a disturbing the peace call. Upon arrival, the other officer and I knocked on the door, which was answered by a slightly sheepish guy in his 30s. He was well-dressed with a conservative haircut. He said he was having a problem with hearing voices in his house. Our initial feeling was that this was a normal person who was not experiencing any kind of mental breakdown. So our next step was to investigate where the voices might be coming from. His house was not connected to his neighbors' houses, and there was no obvious problems with loud radios, TVs, or outside influences. The guy was very thoughtful and open to any suggestions we made for explaining the voices, but we were stumped. We asked him if he heard the voices now, and he said no. He added that the voices were not always there, and had stopped just after he called on this occasion. He said that they started soon after he moved in, and at first assumed they were from loud neighbors. After he continued to hear them at odd hours, in times when the neighbors were not home, he became worried. As he's explaining, suddenly we hear someone talking. It sounds like they're saying, "What's going on?" I look at my partner. He heard it too. We look at the guy who's staring at us, waiting for our reaction. And then he asks, "Did you hear it?" We tell him we're pretty sure we did. So we do another sweep at the house. Still, we find nothing. He admitted that he didn't think the police could help, but he had no one else to call. After we felt that we'd investigated every source that we possibly could, we had to tell him that we couldn't help. We actually felt bad because we didn't have any solution to offer him. As the other officer and I were walking back to our cars, we just looked at each other as if to say, that was spooky. A few months later, I drove through the neighborhood and noted a sold sign on his front lawn. I guess he found a solution on his own. The most heart-wrenching thing about this job, it's a look, a general appearance. It's this stillness that is unlike anything else. When you're looking at this person, it's as though this person, who's on the brink of death, has come unplugged, and they're just waiting for the final shutdown. I saw it on an old lady last week who was barely breathing. She wasn't my patient, but everyone did what they could to help. I saw it on a young mother. She'd been run over by a truck while pushing her baby across the street before being dragged by her rosary under the vehicle for about 20 feet. I can still see her eyes looking into mine, and that feeling of just knowing that she's in deep trouble. I've seen it on a lot of people, but the reaction it causes never changes. It's a realization that this person's life is hanging by a thread, and that how I treat them, how we treat them, in the next 5 to 10 minutes could make the difference between whether or not their baby grows up without a mom. It's knowing that somehow we both wound up in this situation, and it's up to me to try to make the best of it. Working in border towns, there's a lot of highways and ranches. And at night, it gets dark. I'm talking about the type of darkness where you can't see your hand in front of your face. So one night, I'm driving along the highway, and the only source of light is the one coming from my high beams, so I don't mistakenly run over any animals. About 150 meters in front of me, I see a man run across the highway and jump into the ranch. Next, I pull over to the area that I had last seen the man, and I turn on my flashlight to scan the area. While looking, all that I was thinking was it smelled horrible, like something had died. I brushed it off as normal because there's all types of wildlife and things to die. After about 5 minutes of scanning, I'd seen the man laying down with his hoodie covering his head, hiding behind some bushes. I identify myself as law enforcement and command him in English and Spanish to stand up because I see him, but he doesn't budge an inch. I get a little closer to the man, grab his shoulder, and turn him around. And that's when I jumped and gasped in disbelief because the man was deceased. Very deceased. When the coroner arrived, they said the man had been dead for nearly a day or two. So there's no way that he had died when I'd seen him cross the road. This ultimately led me to believe that the man's spirit wanted me to find his body, and he did. I don't think he wanted to be unidentified or missing any longer.
This happened almost a decade ago, when I was 13 years old. I remember my friend and I were excited about our first trick-or-treating without our parents. We lived in a small town where nothing ever happens, and we thought it would be the same that night. It started like any other Halloween night. We collected candy, ran into many of our classmates, and had a lot of fun. At 8 p.m., we realized we had to head home. But on the way back, we dropped by our teacher's house. She wasn't home, and the street didn't have many street lights. To add to this, most of the houses had their lights turned off, and their Halloween decorations were taken down. My friend and I were slightly spooked and disappointed by the lack of candy. We wanted to get out of that street as soon as possible. That's when a man emerged from under one of the few street lights. It was a police officer. Neither of us seemed to notice him before this, possibly due to darkness. He startled us, but seemed friendly. The cop introduced himself and pointed to an inconspicuous bungalow. He said an older man living in this house was inviting trick-or-treaters inside. Someone called the police, but when he arrived, no one was answering the door. He kept telling us his police car and partner were just around the block. We looked around, but couldn't see them. I was a pretty paranoid kid. Growing up, my mom loved watching crime shows, and she'd always tell me tidbits of lessons. One of these was a story about fake cops. Although I don't remember the details, I remembered people can pretend to be police officers to gain trust. Throughout this whole exchange, I was terrified. His lack of badge, police car, and partner did not feel right. I was also conflicted because he was smiling and he seemed like he just wanted to help. This was until we heard his strange request. He said he needed to speak to this potential predator and needed our help. Since we were young girls, the man would answer if we knocked. The officer claimed that he would hide behind the bushes next to the front door. He would wait for him to invite us in, jump out, and catch him red-handed. At that moment, I knew my friend felt the same way that I did. We both fell silent, but one of us managed to ask if we could discuss. The cop said yes, but told us that we had limited time. The street was silent, and he could hear everything. I remember the feeling of wanting to say something, but fearing that he would hear us and escalate the situation. We just stared at each other for what felt like forever. The cop was getting increasingly impatient. He told us that we had to decide quickly. Around that moment, a family came down the street. and noticed the officer. They were coming over to see what was happening. That's when the cop said that he would be right back and not to go anywhere. My friend and I scrambled to collect our thoughts and decided to run away. We sprinted out of the street and didn't look back. On our way home, we discussed theories that ranged from him being a fake cop, him playing a prank on us, or him being a real cop, but we misunderstood the situation. When we told our parents, we downplayed it a lot and doubted our experience. In the end, we didn't call the police, but our dads drove to the house and around the area. No cop cars or police officers were in sight. Over the years, I can say I regret not calling the police. At the time, my friend and I were convinced that we misunderstood what happened. We even told our class the next day, and most, including our teacher, thought it wasn't alarming. Looking back, I find it extremely strange a police officer would put two children in such a potentially dangerous situation, moreover with our parents not present. I wonder what his motives were, but it will, unfortunately, remain unsolved.
This past summer, I was a counselor at a day camp. Aside from being a counselor, I was also a bus monitor. My job was to sit in front of the bus next to the driver and help the kids on and off the bus. The first couple of days of camp, I really enjoyed being a bus monitor. I got a ride there and back from camp, plus I got extra pay. But then it started getting creepy. The bus driver seemed okay at first. He was this older guy with a little hint of an accent. He would ask me weird questions, which, admittedly, I answered, because I thought wherever he came from, it was probably okay to ask these questions, and I didn't want to make him feel bad. On the first day of camp, he asked for my number. I thought nothing of it and gave it to him, figured it was for work. He would probably just want to call in the mornings when he got to my house. I was dead wrong. On the second day of camp, we passed a Dunkin' Donuts on the way back. Me, being the idiot that I am, just said nonchalantly, "Oh, I love Dunkin'." After we dropped off all the kids, he proceeded to go the opposite direction of my house. I asked him where he was going, and he said back to Dunkin'. I freaked out. I told him no, that he should just take me home. He wouldn't. I started asking more urgently. He wouldn't. I was screaming and on the verge of tears. I was begging for him to just please turn back. He wouldn't. I've just watched many shows in my lifetime, and I know what happens when creepy old men drive you away from a location, when they have control of you in their car. We were coming to a rolling stop. I pulled the doors of the bus open and I jumped out. I ran or walked 2 miles home, 90-degree weather, but it was well worth it. The next day, and the day after, he would bring me coffee from Dunkin'. Aside from the fact that I wouldn't trust it from him, I'm lactose intolerant and I need almond milk. So I just got rid of it. Every day, he would act more and more creepy. The way that he would talk to me got worse. He'd make all these comments when I went to go help the kids off the bus about how sexy I am. Mind you, I was 14 at the time. That summer, my mental state was down the tubes. Every time I remembered I had to go back on the bus with him, I'd have a panic attack. I couldn't breathe. I never knew if he was going to do something to me. And you know the best part? No one believed me. I told my friends and the other counselors about the stuff that he did, and they thought it was totally normal. When he went upstate for the weekend and brought me back a pink watch, a pink flamingo keychain, and pink nail polish, do you know what they said? "That's so cute." Hell no. It was downright creepy, and I don't know why they didn't think so. This is an actual conversation we had via text. Him: "What are you doing? Are you alone?" Me: "I'm eating supper with my family." It was a lie, I just didn't want to talk to him. Him: "Okay, call me later." Him. Are you awake? Him. Hello? Him. You should get WhatsApp. I use it to message the people I care about. I even showed these messages to people, and they still thought it was completely normal. I brought these messages to the director of the camp, and she still did nothing about it. I wasn't there the second half of the summer, but I heard that he still was. He should not be working anywhere near children, and I said as much. He should be in prison, behind bars. Even after the summer was over, he would still continue to call and text me. I was scared to block his number because he knew where I lived. Eventually, and luckily, after a few months of not answering, he stopped. Creepy bus driver whose name I won't mention. If you're reading this, fuck you. Several years ago, my computer and webcam were hacked. I'm not great with technology or malicious malware for that matter, so I don't quite understand how they did it, but I know how it happened. It was late 2005. I'm in a chat room, a music chat with a bunch of locals talking to each other about random music. I was chatting about the White Stripes show that I'd gone to with this guy that I'd met in the chat. After a bit of back and forth, we sent each other an individual message. We were talking for a while, and then he sent me a message with a link. He said it was, quote unquote, one of the best Stripes covers he'd ever heard. So I clicked the link. It didn't work, but I just thought that it was because my computer wasn't compatible with whatever was needed to play the video. We continued our conversation, and a few minutes later, he asked me how much the posters on my wall cost. I froze. I did have posters on my wall at the time, but so do a lot of people. There was no way that he could know that for sure, right? He was just messing with me. What do you mean? I asked. The Radiohead poster. That one's really cool. Where'd you get that from? Came the reply. I was horrified. I for sure had a Radiohead poster on my wall, directly behind me. There was no way that he could have worked out that I was into Radiohead, not based on our conversation in the chat. We hadn't even mentioned more than a couple of bands. I was adamant in convincing myself that this individual was simply fortunate in making accurate guesses. But it also crossed my mind that he could be a close friend in real life who was playing a prank on me. So I typed back, "Don't know what you mean, man. The only poster I've got is a Resident Evil one." I didn't really have one, but I wanted him to accept that he was unsuccessful in trying to scare me. He responded, "Huh, really? Weird. I see the Radiohead poster, and I can see what looks like a Modest Mouse poster, but I don't see Resident Evil." I was stunned. He was totally right. I had both of those posters behind me. This had to be one of my friends. I was pretty sure that it was my friend Jesse. He's the only one that would do this kind of thing, pranks and stuff like that. He knew that I would go into this chat sometimes. Plus, he'd been to my place more than a few times, so he would definitely know what my room looked like. I called Jesse. It went straight to voicemail. I began leaving a voicemail telling him that I knew it was him when I saw that this guy was typing in the chat. I saw 3 words. "I'm not Jesse." This was insane. It was honestly horrifying. He had access to my webcam and my microphone. I was shocked. I basically threw myself on the floor and dove to the outlet where everything was plugged in. I was carelessly ripping out every plug there was, computer, charger, whatever. The computer had turned off. I dashed into my room, threw my duvet cover over the computer after unplugging the microphone. I dashed to the corner of my room and I just huddled there, completely unsure what the fuck to do next. What I came to realize, or I guess became paranoid about, was if he was able to get my webcam, my microphone so easily, did that mean that he could somehow get a GPS on where my computer was, therefore exactly where I lived in the city? It was all overwhelming. And maybe it was me overreacting, but at the time, I was terrified. I then got up, dashed to every window, locked it, double-locked the front door, even went as far as putting heavy things in front of the front door. Eventually, I phoned one of my friends and asked if I could stay at their house. They agreed. As I hung up, I felt a little better, but I knew I needed to call my uncle, who was really good with computers. He would know what to do. He arranged for my computer to be debugged the next day. He assured me that the guy couldn't find out exactly where I lived, that I wasn't in any danger. I didn't press him on how he knew this or why I should believe it. I just accepted it, because anything else was honestly too terrifying to think about. But, he was right. I ended up being perfectly fine. My computer was repaired. I stayed at my friend's house for a couple of days before reluctantly going home, looking over my shoulder constantly, of course. The shop had put this privacy thing over my webcam, but I was honestly still so paranoid that it itself was some sort of device. I removed it. I just went with good old-fashioned tape. It was a good lesson on online safety. It's stuff that's just known now, obviously, but for anyone who doesn't know, don't click strange links or links from people you don't know. You never know what their intentions are. I'm a single dad who had to move into a new home after my wife passed away from delivery complications. I wanted to be close to family and to get out of the place where everything reminded me of Christy. Finding a new house was actually easier than I could have dreamed. The second place that I looked at was owned by a single mother with a 6-month-old who wanted to sell fast and move back to her hometown, which sounded super reasonable considering my own circumstances. We got along great. As soon as the money went through, she was out the next day, and I moved in. A few nights later, I was up late finishing work when there was a loud, steady knocking. It instantly woke the baby, so he was crying at full volume when I opened the door to a tall, skinny man with a long beard. He smelled like gasoline and looked at me like I was sleeping with his wife. He asked for the previous owner by name, like she still lived there, and I instantly knew the kind of man he was. I have 3 sisters who were very, let's call it, daring in their youth. I stood behind my dad while he got rid of plenty of these guys, so I can recognize their particular breed on sight. It was suddenly very clear why the lady had been in such a hurry to get out. Some mega creep knew where she lived, and she worried if I knew about it, I wouldn't take the risk. Well, she was right. Not after my son had just lost his own mother, but it was done now. Needless to say, the man didn't really believe she was gone. He thought my baby was her baby and wouldn't be fooled. Thankfully, I'd kept the glass door shut and said that I was calling the police as I closed the front door in his face. But he didn't move. I watched him through the window, and he stared right back at me for several minutes before slowly walking away. The police arrived about 5 minutes later and didn't find anyone walking around. I got cameras up the next day, but nothing happened for nearly 2 weeks. I'd almost forgotten about the guy until he showed up on my doorstep at midnight. His banging once again had the baby screaming, but this time I spoke to him through my Ring doorbell. It was the same conversation in more heated tones, and a 911 operator was listening to the whole thing. The guy kept insisting the baby was his, and he wasn't leaving without talking to its mother. A few minutes later, the police arrived. Before making him leave, they told him he wasn't allowed on the property, and he'd be arrested if he returned. He didn't have a record, and the cops explained to him that the previous owner was actually gone. So I really didn't expect him to return. A month, maybe 2, went by, and all was well. I forgot all about the asshole and fell into a new routine working from home. Part of that routine consists of a lunchtime nap since my son decided he doesn't enjoy sleeping for more than a few hours at a time. I had just gotten him to sleep and laid down myself when I heard a living room window shatter. I was on my feet in a second and soon realized my phone was still in the other room. Someone was walking over broken glass toward the hallway, meaning there was no way to get to the phone without confronting them. I knew it was the creep, because who else would it be? I pulled the dresser in front of the door. The only option I could think of was to grab the baby and try to get out the window, but as soon as I started opening it, the man was at the door. I could hear the knob turn before the banging started. He never said a word, but the dresser was moving another inch with every impact. I wasn't sure if I should hold it shut or keep going for the window. Climbing out with an infant isn't exactly a fast process, especially while my body was shaking from fear and adrenaline. Ultimately, I did go back to push it closed again, and the drawer's knobs dug into me painfully with each subsequent kick. I begged him to stop. I said I had called the police even though I couldn't. I tried offering him money. I even claimed to know the previous owner's address, but nothing stopped him. With each strike, his breaths became a little heavier, but at least 5 minutes went by without him slowing down. Do you know how long 5 minutes is in terms of attacking a door with your full strength? I was exhausted just trying to hold everything in place, but this guy wasn't showing any sign of quitting. I honestly didn't know what to do. Every worst-case scenario played out in my mind as the dresser continued bruising my arms and back. I was literally on the ground, legs braced against the closet wall and pushing with everything I had. Then I heard the most wonderful voice I'd ever heard in my life. It was a woman yelling, "Freeze, this is the police." Multiple footsteps came charging down the hall, and there was a loud crash as the creep was thrown to the ground. Another officer spoke to me through the door, advising me to stay put until they cleared the rest of the house. Once they had the man outside and knew that he was alone, I gave my statement. Luckily, my neighbor noticed the window on his lunch break, and when I didn't answer the phone, he called the police. It really does pay to know your neighbors. I have a full security alarm now, along with other cameras. The creep has spent a little time in jail, but he won't be there long enough to suit me. I can't afford to move yet again. Somehow, I don't think the restraining order will mean very much to him, but I'm happy to have it anyway. Hopefully, I'll just never have to see the man again. But yeah, that's my intruder story. Thanks for reading. I'm 23 and I've lived in Montreal for the last 2 years. Overall, I love it here and will likely stay after graduation even. However, I wanted to share a creepy story, something I got myself into last year. I was really curious about the dark web. I wanted to know what it was all about. I'd seen my friends search it before, but I was curious. So, I went on YouTube to find a tutorial on how to access the dark web using an Android. I was pretty excited, genuinely curious, even though I didn't really know what I was getting myself into at all. I tried to prepare myself by covering my phone camera with tape, something I saw online. I went to my room, locked the door, and then I opened the 4chan page that I'd found with several dark web links. And at first, everything seemed fine. I started exploring some normal chat sites, just observing without actually chatting myself. As I gained a little confidence as to how these sites worked, I decided to open this creepy, anonymous confession site. Let me tell you, my faith in humanity, whatever it remained, it completely vanished after reading some of those confessions. People were confessing to killing their own family members, their neighbors. Some even admitted to failed attempts at murder and expressed their regret. People encouraged these individuals to, quote, keep going, and to, quote, never give up. I mean, murderers helping murderers, really. Pages of disturbing comments about enjoying the suffering of others, in graphic descriptions that I won't repeat here, but can never unsee. There were more mentally disturbed individuals commenting on how stupid people are, just for loving someone and not doing bad things to them. Of course, there's no way to tell if any of this is real, but there's only so much one can fake. These people, whether guilty of their crimes or not, were sick, spending hours writing these manifestos of disturbing thoughts and behaviors. I wanted to move on from this, but at the same time, I wanted to know more, so this is on me. I went ahead and opened some cryptic community chat links. Ones titled things like Serious Inquiries Only or things that had acronyms I didn't understand. Most of these took me to things that looked like online marketplaces for drugs, guns, or other illegal weapons, some bootleg designer products, etc. There were tons of people buying and selling, trading crypto. I had no intention of making any purchases or anything like that, so honestly, it was getting boring. I clicked out immediately, and suddenly something popped up on my phone. Another website. Already feeling sickened. It only got worse when this new site opened to what appeared to be a site selling things made out of human skin and organs. The prices were outrageous, and it made me want to vomit. So I decided to stop and close out of everything. I deleted the browsing app, tried to forget about what I'd seen by listening to my playlist to fall asleep, but sleep eluded me for almost 2 straight days. Everything felt horrible and ugly. It was a terrifying experience that, honestly, I wish I could take back. About a week after, things started to go back to normal, and then I was using WhatsApp to text my friends. I received a notification. It was a message from an unknown international number. I felt a little tense. I didn't have any friends from abroad, so I suspected it might be a scam. I ignored the message, but the next day, I received another text from the same number. It said, "You can't ignore me. I'm still here. Always here. You can't run away." At this point, I was convinced that things had gotten a little out of hand and that it was probably my visit to the dark web. I started to believe that I was possibly in danger. Without wasting any time, I blocked the number and confided in my close friends about what had happened. One of my friends told me that the same thing had happened to his cousin after he surfed the dark web. He blocked the numbers, but soon started receiving creepy and threatening calls. He literally had to change his number to get his life back to normal. So there I was, basically scared to death and feeling like such an idiot for even being curious. I didn't know whether to tell my mom or dad about what had happened. I thought it was best to try to handle it on my own. But the next day, I received another text from a different unknown international number on WhatsApp. This time the person was threatening me, using my real name and even the things that I'd been searching for on my phone's browser. They knew my school. They knew details I'll never feel comfortable with. This time, I blocked the number and reported it as spam. I deleted WhatsApp entirely and deactivated all of my social media accounts. Then, I showed the first text to my dad. He has a friend who works for the company that provides my SIM card. After my dad saw the weird text, he gave the number to his friend to see if he could figure anything out. A few weeks after, I finally decided to get back online. I received another text message from an unknown number. Again, they were threatening me, increasing the amount of money that they wanted before they destroyed my life. I didn't know what they had planned, but I wasn't giving in. I did the blocking, and I had another mental breakdown with my parents over the phone. Luckily, my dad's friend was able to help me get a new number, a new phone, and since then, nothing has happened. I made a promise to myself and to my family that I would never go back to the dark web or get involved in shady activities. Even if someone offers me money to surf the dark web, I won't do it. My life is too important to risk that kind of horror. Some people may think this story is fake, but I assure you, it's 100% true. But I don't encourage you to try it yourself. I have no reason to lie about such a creepy, random thing. I don't really care if anyone believes me. I'm just sharing my experience, and hopefully it helps.
That's it. Thanks for reading.
During a rough financial spot in our life together, my husband and I spent some time living in our '92 BMW. We're not criminals, addicts, or mentally ill, nor are we the stereotypical chronically homeless type. We're in our early 50s and used up our savings, reduced everything we own to just our clothing with little else while providing unpaid full-time live-in care for my mother, who's now in a memory care facility. Homelessness was inevitable. After all that time believing that we would be reimbursed by her estate, and we left her home with literally the clothes on our backs, our car, and no money. To avoid the homeless crowd in town, we had chosen to spend nights at a location where we felt safe. We could blend in with like-minded people. We wouldn't appear to be homeless. Car camping or boondocking had always been a fun way that we'd traveled in the past. So we decided to look at it as a long boondocking excursion while we regrouped and built up enough money to start over. My husband is an avid fisherman, so we chose his favorite fishing spot. It's located on the California Delta, about 5 miles from town, and it's secluded at the end of a meandering single-lane country road that ends right at the water. It's a peaceful place with a 1,000-acre vineyard on one side of the road and an 800 sod farm on the other side. The levee runs the length of both, with an area between them which has a small tree and a covered-like park area right on the water. We discovered that having a fishing license was the golden ticket to not being run off for camping by the sheriff or the fish and game officers. A line in the water is legal 24 hours a day and provided justification for our presence. The remoteness of this location draws people of all walks of life and intention. We'd spent enough time there that we knew all the regular fishermen, as well as the few people who would be there making out in their cars and or getting high, a few Uber, Lyft, Grubhub drivers, a few Door Dashers, as well as the field workers on lunch breaks. One very cold, socked-in, foggy night just after midnight, we were tucked in, going to sleep, windows up, doors locked, with the sunroof open a bit for ventilation. There were 2 other cars parked about 20 yards from ours. We knew one of them was a regular, the other, a green BMW we didn't know. I'd been asleep only a few minutes when I heard footsteps close to my side of the car. I couldn't make out the silhouettes of the 2 guys wandering around, bending down and picking through the embers of the fire pit. They eventually walked back to their car. I heard the car start and was running for a while when I snuggled back into my pillow. Assuming they'd be leaving, I fell half asleep again. Just as I was beginning to dream, I heard footsteps again. They were whispering to each other as they positioned themselves on either side of our car. One of them said, "Put it up there. It'll be more funner." The other guy laughed, then hesitated just as another car drove right up next to us and parked. It was Bobby. I nudged my husband awake and whispered to him about the guys outside and that Bobby had just pulled up. He sat up slowly and looked out through the condensation on the windows, still groggy, half asleep. He put his shoes on. Bobby is a friend of my husband's that he met while fishing there a few months before. He always shows up at random hours to fish, so it wasn't unusual to see him this late at night. What was unusual, though, was the way that he was acting. He sounded hurried but friendly, while he casually bumped our car with his hips a few times as he walked around it, talking really loud to the guy outside. "Aw, man, I could really use that. I forgot to stop on my way here." The 2 guys seemed to know him and nervously complied with whatever it was Bobby wanted from them. Bobby continued, "I just bought 2 mopeds from a guy off Craigslist." He opened the back of his van and took one out, then grabbed something from one guy's hand, put it inside the van, and quickly closed the hatch. One of the guys asked Bobby, "Do you know whose Beamer this is?" He replied, "Just some dude and his wife. Here, this is all I have. You can have it, but I don't have any papers." Bobby handed one of them his sack of weed. Oblivious to what Bobby had just done, my husband got out of the car. His size alone can be intimidating. He asked Bobby, "What's going on?" The two guys hurried to their car and left. My husband asked, "Who was that?" And Bobby asked, "You don't know them?" My husband replied, "No, why?" Bobby didn't answer. Instead, he said, "Come see what I got." Bobby still seemed very nervous. My husband walked over to the van. They had a quiet conversation out of earshot from me. Then Bobby took the other moped out and put gas into it from a gas can that he'd just taken away from the other two guys. He hopped on, rode away down the levee. My husband returned to the car and got in. He looked confused and asked me what I heard and what woke me up. Now, I'm a stickler for proper grammar. I had almost been asleep, yet remained aware of the presence of the two guys. But when the guy said, "More funner," it snapped me wide awake. I told him what I'd heard just as Bobby had arrived. My husband blew out a sigh of combined relief, shock, and fear. He composed himself and said, "Bobby didn't want to worry you. That driver had been a neighbor of his for a few years. He's a firebug. He just got out of prison." My jaw dropped. Bobby just saved our lives. Once, hiking between trails in McKinleyville, California, I stumbled upon a rural ranch property. My intention was to cut through one trail that would just lead me back to the road where I parked my car originally. However, I'd gotten myself lost. I decided to keep walking in the direction I was headed because I thought I'd heard someone. This being the 90s and no cell phones, I was hopeful that these people would help me find my way. I spotted two young men standing behind a barn-looking structure, smoking what smelled like marijuana. The whole area smelled like marijuana. The older of the two, he made eye contact with me and alerted the smaller boy of my presence. Just as I started in their direction, the smaller one ran to an unknown destination, while the other one told me to get out of there. At the time, I thought maybe they were just being smart kids not talking to a stranger, so I proceeded on my way, assuming I'd likely run into someone else too. The structure the boy stood behind wasn't in shambles. It almost looked as though it was new. I realized as I kept walking that the marijuana smell didn't really subside. And that's when it dawned on me. I was walking through someone's marijuana farm. Someone's illegal marijuana farm. I came upon a house from which I could see the end of the road in a kind of courtyard. There suddenly emerged a very angry older man, and he was yielding a rifle. Behind him, I could see the smaller boy standing inside the home. He'd gone to alert his grandfather, Shirley. Pops is yelling, waving his rifle at me, saying he's going to kill me. He made it clear I was to go back wherever I came from. I pointed to the road. It was just there in sight, but he wasn't having it, so I backtracked a bit. The moment he turned back towards the house, I ran towards a nearby trail, but was spotted as he turned back again. He began to come towards the trail, still carrying that rifle. Now, he was firing shots. I was running up the trail, and as soon as I was out of the line of sight, I jumped down off the trail, hiding under a huge bush, and taking off my sweatshirt, a quite visible red and blue, burying it under me. I could hear the man, but I didn't dare look. Eyes see eyes and all. He turned and headed back toward the house, right in front of the bush. After several minutes, I made the hike back in the direction I'd originally come from, far away from this man's house and those kids. I could swear that on the way back someone was following me. I'm even more sure of it now. knowing how vast those woods are and how highly illegal that shit was at the time. I was lucky to get the hell out of there, but it makes you wonder how many people have gotten themselves into the same mess, and were they so lucky? When I was in my early 20s in St. Louis, I lived with my boyfriend. We both worked at a large government agency. We had a large group of friends who would all party together. At one particular party, there were a lot more guys than women. The guys were all playing football, air hockey, and some other games while drinking excessively. I've never been a huge drinker, so I wasn't drinking. I was just hanging out in the kitchen looking at magazines because I found the party to be boring with mostly men playing games. At one point, a guy that I'd seen around town but didn't really know walked into the kitchen and started chatting with me. He said, "Your boyfriend seems to be ignoring you." I told him my boyfriend was really into competition and loved playing in foosball competitions. Then he walked over to me and unexpectedly grabbed me. He picked me up and started walking out the back door. I was kicking and punching him while struggling to get away. Another woman walked into the kitchen at that minute, and I screamed for her to help me. I was frightened, but in shock, since I didn't see it coming. The guy, whose name I didn't know, laughed and told her, "It's okay, we're just playing around. She's fine." The woman ran into the foosball room, grabbed my boyfriend, and told him some guy just carried me out of the house. My boyfriend ran out of the house after us and caught up to us as the man was pushing me into his car. I was still fighting and kicking, but he told me if I didn't shut up, he was going to make me. I was frightened out of my mind. Just as my boyfriend got to the car, the man changed his entire demeanor and said, "Hey man, you were just ignoring her, so I was going to take her to get something to eat." So untrue. My boyfriend quickly analyzed the situation, grabbed my hand, and told the guy, "Hey, I'll take care of her from here." The guy got in his car and drove off. I burst into tears. We went back into the house and called the police. After talking to them on the phone, they said no crime had been committed, and that was it. I have no idea what could have happened to me. Maybe nothing. Maybe something very bad. After that incident, I was always on guard at parties. Actually, I became hypersensitive to my surroundings after that entirely. From that point on, I was always looking to see where the exits were. I always had money and change tucked into a pocket if I had to escape. To this day, I still keep money in my pocket, but I always have my phone with me. I have a tracker on it in case I disappear. My family can track me. I also have a panic button on my home alarm system and cameras that back up to my cloud. Yes, I'm paranoid. Better safe than sorry. When I hear about women at bars or parties getting drugged and assaulted, I realize how lucky I was that I hadn't been drinking, that I had my wits about me. I was also lucky that that other woman saw the situation for what it was and helped me. I also understand after my incident how serial killers grab women, children, and weaker victims right out of public view. It's the element of surprise and not being 100% aware of your surroundings that can put you in the worst danger. So, please stay safe, everyone. During my adolescence, at the age of 13, my parents decided to embark on a captivating trip to Mexico. We were accompanied by my 3 younger siblings. It started as a remarkable journey, one that unfolded on a moonlit night. We cruised along a picturesque highway in the state of Guanajuato. However, our tranquil drive took an alarming turn when I noticed an imposing Chevrolet van trailing closely behind us for too long. Feeling a sudden surge of fear welling up within me, I asked my father to allow the mysterious vehicle to overtake us, to pass. Sensing the distress in my voice, my father promptly maneuvered our rental car to the side, granting passage to the van. To my surprise, the van mirrored our actions and pulled over behind us, its driver emerging into the night, brandishing a menacing stick. Realizing the gravity of the situation, my father swiftly instructed us all to seek refuge by crouching down in our seats. With determination etched on his face, he accelerated the car. It propelled us forward with an unwavering determination towards the nearest town. A mere 5 miles away, but it sure felt like forever. Despite our desperate attempts to flee this car, the relentless van quickly closed the distance, this time shrouded in darkness as it extinguished its headlights. Our Buick, pushed to its limits, valiantly persevered, propelling us toward the sanctuary of a nearby hotel. As we approached the hotel's entrance, my father unleashed a cacophony of urgent honks, piercing the nighttime silence. Miraculously, the van, sensing our determination and the prospect of intervention, relinquished its pursuit. It receded into the shadows and disappeared from sight. Overwhelmed by the intensity of the encounter, my father sought solace from the empathetic hotel clerks. It was then that my parents were enlightened about the distressing prevalence of local kidnappings in the area. These encounters usually involve perpetrators who would cunningly disable their headlights, force unsuspecting vehicles off the road, and abduct the occupants at gunpoint. In retrospect, my father revealed to me that the stick that was wielded by the driver was in fact a disguised rifle, adding an additional layer of terror to our already traumatic ordeal. It suddenly became clear why he'd instructed all of us to duck. This happened decades ago, but to this day my heart will still race in the retelling of this story. I was 23 years old and had just moved to a small new city in southwestern Ontario with my then husband of 3 years. We'd moved there because he had landed a job. I began walking everywhere to apply for work and soon got into a routine of walking at least a couple of miles a day because it felt good. My appearance was always neat and modest when I went out, partly because I knew that I might meet a potential employer. I wanted to look professional. But besides that, I was never a flashy or provocative dresser anyway. One day I was walking home from a shopping mall that was located near the edge of town and along a busy 4-lane road, a few miles from our apartment. I'd done this a lot. As I was walking on the sidewalk facing oncoming traffic, a white pickup truck pulled over to the curb right beside me. The passenger window was rolled down, not unusual as it was a hot summer day, and the driver leaned over and called on me in a low, mumbling voice. I knew better than to get too close, but considered that he might be asking for directions, so I just stopped where I was and responded with, "Pardon me?" As I hadn't really understood what he said. He then said, "Get in, I'll give you a ride." He appeared dirty. His hair hung stringy and oily from beneath a baseball cap and fell just below his shoulders. He sounded as though he was stoned or drunk, but still I was polite and said, "No thank you, I'm enjoying the walk," to which he muttered an obscenity and roared off. I shrugged it off and continued on my way. Then, only a few minutes later, as I was approaching a side street that intersected with this main road, I saw the truck coming back towards me again. But this time, he had 2 other guys with him. My heart was racing wildly by the time he attempted to cut me off, turning the truck onto the side street right in front of me. Then, in a split second, the 2 guys jumped out, Without even thinking or waiting to see which way they were going, I immediately turned to my right into the busy road, and bolted across 4 lanes. Miraculously, I wasn't hit by a car, and I just kept on running, not once thinking that I could have been hit. I continued running after getting across the road, all the while looking over my shoulder. I then started thinking of what I was going to do if they came back around for me again. It was broad daylight. Surely somebody must have seen something. Just as I was trying to decide if I was going to go up to a stranger's house and ask for help, 2 women pulled up to the curb in the same direction I'd been running and told me that they had seen what happened. Without hesitation, I hopped in and started trembling. They offered to take me to the police station, but all I could say was that I wanted to go home. They offered to stay with me until my husband got home from work, but I wasn't thinking clearly. I only wanted to get inside as quickly as possible, lock the doors, pull the curtains closed, and wait for my husband. So they left. Which, in hindsight, I realized later was probably a mistake. My husband arrived home not long after, and I fell apart, barely able to get out what had happened to me. He took me to the local police station to report what had happened, but as I didn't get a license plate number, there wasn't much to go on, beyond me telling them that there was a white pickup truck and the description of the driver. The officer said, "Do you know how many white pickup trucks are out there?" I felt sick. After that, I stopped walking anywhere alone. Even when I was out with my husband, I was constantly looking over my shoulder. Shortly after this incident happened, we moved outside the city to a rural address. We had a long driveway with one of those rural mailboxes at the end of the road. Most days I couldn't bring myself to walk the length of the driveway to get the mail, even though I knew logically there was no way that guy could have known where I lived or where we moved. If my husband was working at night, I'd tape newspaper over the windows so that nobody could see in. It sounds crazy, I know, but I realize now that it was the fallout of being traumatized by thoughts of what happened and what might have happened had I not run into traffic. This happened when I was in college, circa 2017, my junior year. Back then, I drove my dad's old Toyota Corolla, and it certainly didn't have fancy locks that automatically locked when I was driving, or that were automatic in any way. Normally, for this reason, I tried to keep all of my doors locked. However, on this night, I had been designated driver for all of my friends. I had just finished dropping everything off, and I was headed home for the night, and I didn't think to check the doors. Though clearly no one had locked the door, because while briefly stopped at a red light, a man suddenly opens the back door and dives into my back seat. He proceeds to tell me to drive. He didn't ask very nicely either. It was demanding. I was scared. Then the light turned green. I hesitated for one moment, and he told me that he didn't want to have to shoot me. He said this while pressing something against the back of my neck. I was wearing a scarf, but I could feel that it was something heavy. It felt like a gun. That's when my foot hit the gas, and I sort of went into autopilot for several moments as he told me where to go. As we drove further in a direction I wasn't familiar with, I couldn't help but start crying. I don't know if he heard me or saw me through the rear view, but my tears did not make him happy. He started swearing at me to shut the fuck up, that I better not make things worse or harder than it needs to be. I remember thinking I really should shut up, but I couldn't get myself under control. We kept driving until we were eventually in a more residential area. Not a nice one, I should add. We were for sure in front of a crack house, and I could feel myself sweating, becoming increasingly more panicked about the situation. The guy orders me to parallel park, and all I can think about is how much harder it will be to leave in this situation. But I'm still feeling confident that I can attempt it once he exits the car, unless he makes me go with him. The thought of being removed from my car was horrifying. I needed for that not to happen at all costs. I racked my brain for excuses to stay in the car, but then he ordered me to do exactly that. That's when I noticed a big man on the front lawn of this house. A heavily armed, big man, and he was getting closer to my car. Backseat dude gets out, and that's when I see that he's truly armed with a weapon. He gets patted down by the big man on the lawn. The big man removes his weapon while pointing in the direction of the house, as if giving him permission to go inside, and almost instantly the big man's attention is back to me. He stands right outside my driver's side door, aiming one of the larger guns down at me, finger on the trigger, all while staring at nothing but my hands. I remember sitting there wishing there was anything I could do safely to remove myself from the situation. The most tormenting part was that I had a fucking gun in my glove box. I just knew I wasn't going to have a chance to grab it before possibly getting shot to pieces myself. Not to mention, my single stack didn't stand a chance against whatever this guy was holding. All I could seem to do in any of these moments was look at my surroundings and look at the clock. After an agonizing 11 minutes, the backseat man returns. For 1 second, the big guy has to take his gun and eyes off of me, but I panicked before he's already looking back at me, and the guy is getting back into my back seat. Once again, armed. He's immediately barking orders at me, telling me where to go. For the most part, he didn't say anything. This gave me some time to think. I considered driving to the police station, until I realized that I had no idea where it was. I started to brainstorm what excuse I could come up with to have to stop this car again. Almost 10 minutes had passed since we'd left the crack house, but dude was really just having me drive in circles. I had no idea what his game plan was. During that time, I told him I had to pee. He told me he didn't care. I told him I needed to call my roommate so that she didn't get worried. He told me to fuck off and keep driving the loop. So I did. I managed to stop myself from crying several times, but I was absolutely hopeless. We'd stopped at a few stop signs on this 10-minute drive, and at each one, I considered tucking and rolling right out of the car and letting it keep going. But again, I didn't act. I just panicked, imagining this guy shooting me right there, me dying, alone. How incredibly devastated my parents would be. I knew I was on the verge of a full-blown panic attack, and that's when I saw the dude was lighting something back there. I smelled something chemical-esque, and it was harsh, coming from the back seat. This guy was absolutely getting high as fuck in my back seat. The smell was disgusting. I didn't know what it was, and I didn't want to know. But part of me was thinking, if he's using his hands to smoke that shit, where's the gun? Since it was dark, I was confident that I could at least reach for my phone in my purse. It was near my lap. So I slid my right hand into my purse and glanced down to see if it lit up, and it did. As the man continued to smoke, I clicked the lock button 5 times. According to my dad and whatever he'd set up on my phone, this would call 911. I looked down but couldn't tell if the screen had changed. I really hoped it had. Please be calling goddamn 911 right now, I thought over and over. I was so focused on my plan working, I'd hardly noticed the guy talking to me. But then he raised his voice. He was demanding that I pull over. But by the time I realized where he was pointing, I'd missed the gas station. He yelled for me to turn around, to turn the fucking car around right now. He was adamant about hitting that gas station. So again, I listened to what he said, and I made a U-turn. Pulling into the gas station, I was discouraged at first that there were no cars there. But before I had even put the car fully in park, the backseat man was opening his door, yelling for me not to go anywhere. And then he jumped out of my car and vanished inside the store. I couldn't believe it. I was both stunned and so incredibly grateful at whatever stupid move this was. I immediately put the car in reverse and peeled out of that gas station so quickly, not giving a shit if a cop or any other authority saw me. I was desperate to get the hell out of there. I actually found myself laughing hysterically on the way home, and that's when I remembered I'd tried to call the police. I grabbed my phone and could see that I had been unsuccessful in my attempts to call authorities. I'd been successful in escaping this strange criminal, though, and I was grateful that this experience turned out to be more scary strange than horrifying, life-altering. Really could have gone so many ways. Just be smart and always remember to lock your doors, save yourself the experience, and just take the lesson from me. I was about 10 or 11 years old. My grandmother and I lived in the projects in Racine, Wisconsin, USA. My granny wanted the best for me, so I went to a Catholic school on the other side of town. Before I started to attend, she and my aunt took me to the city bus stop, and we rode the bus to and from the school, just so I was comfortable with the route. I was not a naive child by any means. My grandmother was sickly, and I took care of her. I would ride my bike to the bank with money and a note to get the money orders for bills at that age. I was always taught not to talk to strangers and those types of things, so she was confident I would be okay. I remember like it was yesterday. It was the end of the school day, and it had been pouring rain. I mean, the rain was coming down in sheets. The city bus stop was about 2 blocks away from my school. I took a deep breath and started to run as fast as I could, with my backpack over my head. 'Cause, we don't play about our hair. Sometimes there was someone there waiting for the bus as well, but not this day. I stood at the stop in the rain for about 10 minutes. The bus usually came within that time, but not this day. I saw a brown-colored Chevy slowly pass the bus stop and didn't think anything of it. But shortly after, I saw the car coming back down the street. There was a male driving and a female in the passenger seat. The Chevy slowed down in front of me, and the lady rolled the window down. Instantly, I saw a weird look in her eyes, even though she was smiling. She said to me, "Hey, darling, it's pouring down out here. Would you like a ride?" I said, "No, thank you, ma'am." But strangely, they didn't pull off. I remember the man looked in my direction, which made me uneasy. Even at this young age, I was a watcher of people, their mannerisms and their eyes especially. She asked me again, with a bit more authority, to get in the car because she couldn't bear to see me drenched the way I was. I again said, "No, ma'am." I began to get scared. I didn't know why. I was thinking to myself, why aren't they pulling off? She asked why I was alone at the stop. "Where's your mama?" she said. I said, "I'm not alone. My brother just ran into the house to get his friend before the bus comes." That lie slid right out of my mouth. She started to open her door as if she were going to get out, so I ran and started beating on the random door next to me, instinctively screaming, "James, the bus is coming!" Just then, I saw the bus in the distance. This startled her, and I heard the man say, "Close the door, Deborah." She did, and they pulled off, screeching, the tires and all. I don't know why I was trembling so bad, but I remember being terrified. No one ever did come to that door. I'm an only child, and there was no James. Years later, I was watching a crime show, and I saw a picture of Alton Coleman and Deborah Brown, and immediately I recognized the woman. Although I only saw the man from the side, I was sure it was him. The hair was unforgettable. I broke into a cold sweat all those years later. They had raped and murdered men, women, and children all across Wisconsin, Illinois, Indiana, and Ohio. They were both subsequently sentenced to death. Alton Coleman was executed. Deborah Brown was ultimately sentenced to life in Ohio, but is still sentenced to death in Indiana, I believe. I'm certain, had I gotten into that car, I wouldn't be here today. I'm grateful I had the intuition that I did, even at that young age. It was a different time then. People were much more trusting. Between you and me, I was a split second from taking that ride. because it was the end of the school day and it was pouring. George was one of these 20-somethings who preferred the company of high schoolers. He was somewhat of a beloved figure, a charming black man in an extremely white town. A bit of a troublemaker, sure, but more of a rascal than anything else. He volunteered with the city's police department, but he would also volunteer to buy beers for his underage friends, especially the girls. Girls loved George. He had a lot of female friends. I wasn't one of them, mostly due to the fact that I was more or less a straight arrow in high school. Plus, unlike most of my friends, I wasn't scared to venture into the semi-shady neighborhoods across the bridge. There, I could buy alcohol directly from the source, the sketchy convenience stores that sold it to minors, bypassing George and his ilk. Though I wasn't much of a partier, I did like to hang out with Peter, another party boy in his early 20s. Peter lived in a house that he owned, but the backstory was rather tragic. His family had been killed in a car accident, and he'd purchased it with the settlement money. Peter was the only survivor, and the accident left him with quite a few facial scars, certainly emotional scars, and I now realize a bit of brain damage. Peter filled his house with furniture cast-offs and things stolen from the high school, and teenage roommates who somehow had the wherewithal and parental permission to live with the guy. It was the quintessential party house. Any given night, there was some type of underage gathering over there. Peter, like George, loved the ladies, but he was more into the 13, 14-year-olds. At 17, I was too old for him. Yeah, I know, but it was the 80s and things were tolerated. The big parties would happen on the weekends, attracting hundreds of kids sometimes. Without Peter's knowledge, George started coming around. These gatherings could get big. I spoke to George a few times, definitely accepted a free beer from him on several occasions, but he didn't appear to like me very much, which wasn't surprising. I was a dorky wallflower type, and the guys who did like me, they tended to be on the dorky side as well. But Peter liked me and my friends, and I liked him, even though he was prone to fits of rage. He was smart, a funny guy, and we had a nice platonic friendship. I was welcome in his house and felt comfortable stopping by just to see what was going on. When I got my license and started driving and working part-time, I started coming around more and more. Peter's house wasn't far from my workplace, and I'd often stop by after work. Those gatherings were smaller, usually just a few people huddled around an electric heater, smoking weed or clove cigarettes. It was during one of these weekday hangout things when George arrived, with a case of beer and an entourage of young women. Rocker chicks, slightly older. Definitely didn't look like they lived on the island being a snooty bastion of preppies, with a few goths and waivers mixed in. Peter didn't usually mind strange girls showing up at his door, but George was another story. Peter immediately confronts George, tells him to get the fuck out. George puts on the charm. Hey, what's the problem? I've got plenty of beer for all of us. Come on, let's party. The group gathered inside is saying, Hey, calm down, Peter, let him in. All the time, I thought that either Peter didn't want the competition for his attention, or he was just being racist. But Peter held his ground, told him to go away, and to never come back, that George was unwelcome on his property, and if he returned, he'd be shot on sight. Peter was fond of guns and owned several. Many years later, long after George's crimes came to light, the book had been published and the TV true crime special had aired. Peter claimed that he knew George was a sociopath all along. I didn't want him to have anything to do with me or my friends, he claimed on a Facebook thread about the guy. So, yeah, I partied with a serial killer. But luckily, I never got too close. I went to high school with George Russell, a serial killer, who was tried and convicted of multiple sadistic necrophile murders 6 years after we graduated. In the early 70s, my dad traveled for work a lot, and he'd sometimes take me with him during the summer. I was about 13 when we went on a week-long road trip. It was a great time until we stopped at a country diner on the way back. Dad stopped there all the time. The little hole-in-the-wall places were always his favorite, and he was particularly excited for me to try this one. The lunch rush had just ended when we arrived, so there was only 2 or 3 other customers inside. Then, a skinny man with greasy black hair came walking up off of the highway. Lots of people hitchhiked back then, but this place was even more secluded than most. There was hardly anything at all for hours in each direction. My dad's demeanor changed right away. He said guys like that would come into places and put people on the spot for a ride. After all his time on the road, he considered everyone a threat. My mom would call him overprotective on a good day and too paranoid on others. It didn't help that he believed anyone with long hair was on drugs, but in this case, he happened to be right. As the man got closer, we could see that he was twitching and talking to himself. Before he came in, he walked behind each car, and Dad said he was probably checking for out-of-state tags. Drifters like to find out where you were headed first, so they could say they were going in the same direction. I was taught from an early age to never tell someone my destination before they revealed their own. The diner was in Arkansas, and we lived in Missouri, so our plates likely interested him the most. There was another man dressed like a cowboy eating alone on the other side of the room, and Dad figured the cowboy would seem like the most likely owner, since I was there too. He said that we were going to wait for them to start talking and then sneak out fast. I thought he was being ridiculous, but we'd been having a good time, and I didn't want to ruin it. The drifter came in and went straight to the cowboy, just as my dad had predicted, but there wasn't much of a conversation. Before the drifter could open his mouth, the cowboy essentially told him to screw off in a very aggressive way. A screaming match began, and before we could move, the drifter pulled out a gun and shot the cowboy in the head. If he had known to talk to my dad first, he would have been the one to die. Before anyone could react, the drifter turned to us and demanded our keys. I'd seen my dad treat drifters just like the cowboy had all the time, and they might bark and growl, but none of them had ever pulled a gun on him. I thought that we were both going to die right there, but my dad didn't show a hint of aggression. I'd never seen him so calm before or since that moment, but he kept his eyes on the table and calmly handed the drifter his keys. He told him which vehicle was ours, and he said it had a full tank of gas and $500 in the glove compartment. That wasn't true, but he wanted the man to feel happy, and he was confident the drifter wouldn't come back once he made it to the car. I guess we'll never know if he was right. The drifter hesitated at our table, like he was deciding what to do. Then there was another loud bang, and our table was suddenly covered in blood and gore. For a terrifying moment, I thought he shot my dad, but my eyes were glued to the table in a frozen state of shock until I was pulled away from it. I was so panicked that I thought it was the drifter, and I tried to fight back, but my dad's voice finally got through, and I realized he was the one who had pulled me away. It was the drifter who had been shot. The owner had a rifle behind the counter, and thankfully took matters into his own hands. We probably would both be dead if he hadn't. It was over an hour before the police arrived, and they took our statements. We later learned the drifter was wanted for several armed robberies in multiple states, and the cowboy hadn't been his first murder victim. Dad canceled his last appointment, and we drove straight home from there, but we never told Mom what happened. Neither of us wanted to put her through that. Hands down, the scariest day of my life. I'm old now, so most of my early memories have faded, but that one always feels like it's brand new. Full disclosure, I did not have face-to-face contact with him, and I would never want to take away from nor imply my experience to be more horrific than the experiences of those who actually did that night. I was a senior in high school in January 1978, and planned to attend FSU in the fall. That mid-January weekend in 1978, my roommate-to-be, Roxy, and I took a road trip to Tallahassee to experience the co-ed life. We couldn't wait to graduate and live on our own in a college town. We arrived Friday evening and met up with another friend from our hometown who was a freshman at Florida State and our hostess for the weekend. Her dorm was Gilchrist Hall, which is situated right across from the Chi Omega House, basically the center of campus at the time. The city and campus was beautiful and so cool to us yahoos from a small, sleepy town with no nightlife. Having grown up on the east coast of Florida, which is flat and full of palm trees, Tallahassee had old buildings and crawling ivy, rolling hills, and older, cooler college students doing college-type activities. We were mesmerized. That Saturday evening, we went to Sherrod's, a popular college bar across the street, next door to the Chi Omega House. I was only 17, but the drinking age in Florida that year was 18, and bars were lax in terms of alcohol service to minors. And it was a college town. It was later reported that Ted Bundy was at the bar several hours before committing the Chi Omega murders. After spending some time at the popular hangout Sherrod's, Roxy, Karen, and I were then off to a frat party at the Lambda Chi house. I don't remember much about the night other than walking around with my solo cup of grain alcohol punch and talking to people. Eventually, we were all partied out, met up, and jumped in my little Toyota Corolla to drive back to the Gilchrist Hall. As we headed toward the dorm, I slowed down due to police cars and flashing lights. As we approached the Chi Omega house on the right, there was a couple standing outside on the lawn in an embrace, one that indicated something terrible had happened, and they were comforting each other. A bad car accident? It was late, sometime after 3 a.m., We made our way back to the dorm and our beds, crashing. Out of a deep, alcohol-infused sleep on Sunday, mid-morning, came loud pounding on the door. Gestapo-like pounding that continued at each door all the way up and down the hall. The resident assistant called for all of the residents to come out now for an emergency meeting. I remember the Gilchrist Hall residents, me and Roxy, sitting along the wall in that dorm hall. There came the sobering news. 2 Chi Omega sorority sisters had been killed a stone's throw away from us only hours before. Do not go out alone. Do not prop doors open. Be careful. Our magical weekend ended in that sobering moment. Roxy and I left a short time later. We had a 5-hour drive to discuss our crazy weekend. And it wasn't lost on us that it could have been us. We could have been Bundy's victims. He could have been at Lambda Chi and charmed one of us off somewhere. I'm sure I thought that was a scenario I could handle at the time. And when you factor in alcohol, or he could have walked into the side door of Gilchrist Hall and attacked someone, or the possibilities, they were endless. But I was happy to be in my car with my friend. That fall, as freshmen at FSU, Roxy and I went through Rush Week. I recall visiting the Chi Omega house. There was an elephant in the room. No one wanted to pledge that sorority. The FSU campus changed forever. Bushes were cut back. Doors were never propped. He didn't open the door to strangers. Ted Bundy may have moved on, but his presence, even if yet unknown, was still living there. People talked about where they were and what they were doing when the murders occurred. It was too close for comfort. May all of Bundy's victims rest in sweet peace. I hope and pray that their loved ones have found some comfort and healing. There, but for the grace of God, go I.